Chapter 5:14. The river that stretched underground was not the one Li Qingshan had discovered. That was only one of the main streams. Instead, it was densely woven together like a spider's web. After experiencing the wonders of the spirit, turtle suppresses the seas, Li Qingshan's ambition swelled. He was no longer satisfied with just refining a single river. Although the range completely exceeded his own territory, none of the other demon generals were bold enough to stop him. As a result, whenever he arrived at the mouth of a tributary, he would disperse his demon qi. Even with the spirit turtle's divine powers, the process was still extremely slow. However, he was in no hurry. He advanced forward slowly, all for the sake of establishing an underground network of water that belonged to him. At the top of Cobweb City, in the dark bedroom, a snow-white figure was vaguely visible behind the heavy curtains. Helicoverpa, Rosa, laid on the bed, completely naked. She opened her vermilion lips slightly and spat out a thread of silk. At the same time, her 10 fingers danced about. Even her 8 legs danced about in a dazzling manner, constantly twisting and twisting the silk, as if she was weaving something. Her expression was serious and focused. Although she was naked, there was not the slightest hint of it. Instead, she seemed extremely natural. At the same time, her cold, haughty, and cruel bearing had completely vanished. Right now, she seemed more like a craftsman, an artist carefully polishing her work. She had completely forgotten about her senior sister outside. None of the outside world's interference could affect her. However, Li Qingshan's large-scale refinement of water still alarmed her. Helicoverpa, Rosa raised her head. She could clearly sense Li Qingshan's demon qi permeating her body. She bit her vermilion lips gently. A vicious light flashed through her eyes, but it only lasted for a moment. She lowered her head again and returned her focus to the work at hand. Actually, this was the spider's mode of killing. They would spend a long time preparing for the moment of surprise when their prey fell into their web. Croak, croak, great king, great king. The ice frog bounced around in Li Qingshan's hand. The ice spring it occupied was also the source of a system of water that Li Qingshan wanted to refine. Li Qingshan smiled and said, "It seems that you are about to take that step. Let me give you a hand." Ice Frog was among the demon soldiers under Li Qingshan. He was the strongest among them. Furthermore, he seemed to possess a special bloodline which allowed him to unleash the power of ice. A few years ago, after a few years of bitter cultivation, he could be considered to have reached a certain critical point. However, if he wanted to truly break through, it would take years. However, when Li Qingshan took out the water god's seal and tapped it gently, a ray of blue light entered the head of the ice frog. Immediately, the ice frog's body emitted a brilliant blue light. The demonic core in his body emitted an unparalleled chill that permeated his entire body. Plop! The ice frog turned around and jumped into the ice spring. "Become a beauty to repay my kindness." Li Qingshan chuckled. He felt the ground tremble slightly, and the spring suddenly lit up. It spat out a bolt of lightning, which flickered continuously, getting brighter and brighter. After a long while, the trembling gradually subsided, and the lightning slowly dimmed. A handsome youth with icy blue hair crawled out of the spring. He said, "Croak, croak, thank you, great king." After careful inspection, Li Qingshan confirmed that this was indeed a youth and not a young girl. He said with a disappointed expression, "All right, I guess I'm unlucky. I'll give you a name. Let's call you Little Blue. Sigh. I hope Little Red is a female." Adhering to his usual tasteless naming principles, Li Qingshan casually named the ice frog Little Blue. As for the good name, Little Red, it was something he had thought of on a whim. He felt that it was very suitable for the big red carp. "Croak, Croak good. The ice frog of the past and the current little blue naturally had no objections. They did not have much of an idea of whether human names were good or bad. It was not until many years later that they finally understood. By the time they resented it, it was already too late. Li Qingshan guided Little Blue to swim against the flow and continue cultivating in Moon Court Lake. Afterwards, he spread his demon qi into the spring and completed the refinement of another system of water. Right when he was about to continue on his journey, he sensed a familiar aura rapidly approach him. Li Qingshan smiled and withdrew all of his aura. He took a step back and merged with the rock. A figure stepped out of the darkness. Yi Liusu arrived beside the spring. She wore a luxurious black cloak and a silver circlet on her head. The silver crescent moon hung down to her forehead, making her seem mysterious and noble. She looked around, struggling to hide her eagerness. She was rather disappointed that she could not see Li Qingshan. "Are you looking for me?" Suddenly, an arm hugged her from behind. Her whole body tensed up, then relaxed and gently leaned into his embrace. "Master, I can sense your demon qi." Afterwards, she abandoned the group of night roamers and directly rushed over to see him. Her face heated up slightly as she experienced a feeling she had never experienced before. She only felt extremely at ease in his arms. The exhaustion from scheming against the night roamers vanished silently. "How's your great cause of unifying the world going?" "It's all right because, Master, let's call you something else. That doesn't suit you." Li Qingshan smiled. Although calling the proud Yi Liusu his master was a very delightful matter, it was exactly because of this that he would never be able to call him like Yi Liubua from the bottom of her heart and filled with emotion. That's not too good." Yi Liusu hesitated before turning around and looking at Li Qingshan with shining eyes. "When there's no one else around, I won't call you master, all right? Up to you." Yi Liusu smiled faintly and took the initiative to wrap her arms around his neck, offering up a kiss rather bashfully and immaturely. She stopped there, her eyes brimming with undisguised affection. She didn't want to just be his servant. When she chose to give up everything and follow him to roam the world, she understood her own feelings. This kind of desire became stronger and stronger, and he heard the voice in her heart. His heart was very sweet. "Do you want a gift?" Li Qingshan smiled. "Yeah." Yi Liusu was nowhere near as awe-inspiring as the great king Yi Liusu of the past. Her coldness and decisiveness before the night roamers had completely vanished. She was as docile as a young lady in love. "Then close your eyes." Chapter 5:15. The night breeze ruffled his scarlet hair. Li Qingshan gazed at the stars and vaguely saw Han Qiongji's furious face. He smiled gently and let go of Yi Liusu, standing up, looking back at the western horizon. All he saw was a streak of light flying over. Li Qingshan leapt up and arrived in the air, blocking Hua Sengzan's path. "Here you go again. We agree to your conditions. We can give you the water mirror disc, but you need to hand over the lightning slaughter sword first." Hua Sengzan was mildly surprised before calming down. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Li Qingshan raise his hand and toss out the lightning slaughter sword. "Aren't you afraid? We'll go back on our word?" Li Qingshan said, "Only if you don't plan on leaving the 100 schools of thought in the future." Hua Sengzan sighed gently. This was the confidence that came from absolute strength. Afterwards, he took out the water mirror disc from his 100 treasures pouch. The water mirror disc reflected the moonlight in the sky. It was like a full moon had landed in Hua Sengzan's hand, shining with bright and pure light. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. He smiled. "Isn't that great? We can all live in peace. We can each take what we need and cultivate on our own." Accepting the water mirror disc, he turned around and returned to the island. Hua Sungzan had prepared a lot of things, but he actually never had the opportunity to say them. However, what Li Qingshan had said was exactly what he had been aiming for. He actually felt rather disappointed that he had achieved his goal so easily. Li Qingshan returned to the island. Yi Liusu saw the water mirror disc in his hand and asked in surprise, "What's that?" "The treasure of the 100 schools of thought." Li Qingshan stared at the water mirror disc in his hand. He could not help but be drawn into it, as if the woman of his dreams was standing right in front of him, completely naked. He actually felt like he was unable to shift his gaze away. Originally, it was just a flash of inspiration, but as it looked now, it was not as simple as it seemed. As Li Qingshan channeled his demon qi into it, the demon core in his body suddenly changed. It shone with rings of light. Li Qingshan had refined many arcane and spiritual artifacts, but the spirit turtle's demon core still reacted so strongly. This was the first time. The function of the water mirror disc was not as simple as monitoring. Yi Liusu said, "Master, this place is really too empty. I'll bring some clansmen over. They'll definitely be happy." Hearing this form of address, Li Qingshan was slightly startled, but he saw that Yi Liusu had already returned to normal. However, there was a trace of bitterness in her eyes, as if she was blaming him. He placed all his attention on the water mirror disc. Li Qingshan put away the water mirror disc. He pinched her cheek and said, "I didn't know that Liusu was so jealous." Yi Liusu held his hand. Her gaze was gentle and filled with concern. "Cultivation comes first. I know that Helicoverpa Rosa won't just let the matter rest." "Yeah, fair enough." Li Qingshan nodded slightly. He wanted to kiss her. He had plenty of time. If he was defeated by Helicoverpa Rosa, then there would be no need to mention anything at all. Yi Liusu's sweet dream would come to an end. It would also end early. As a loser, all he could do was protect his own life at most. He still had to make a clear distinction in this matter. Li Qingshan kissed Yi Liusu gently on the lips, bidding her farewell. Yi Liusu actually took the initiative to hug him and kiss him passionately. It was as if the passion and boldness of a female night roamer in her heart had completely erupted after expressing her feelings, but that was not actually the case. Just now, in that moment, she had no idea what Li Qingshan had agreed to, but she could sense that he was thinking of another woman through her instincts as a woman. Who was that woman? Yi Liubo? That was impossible, as she could sense that it was not a master's love for a pet, but a man's love for a woman, and the depth of this love completely surpassed his love for her. She was rather reluctant to accept this. Although she knew he was not someone she could enjoy alone, she made up her mind to occupy a place in his heart. She was confident that she, Yi Liusu, was no worse than any other woman. Li Qingshan could never have guessed that so many thoughts had already crossed Yi Liusu's mind in such a short amount of time. All he could say was that once a woman became interested in love, her thoughts would immediately become 10 times sharper. After a passionate kiss, Li Qingshan's desires were roused once again. He rubbed and played around with her supple bottom with one hand while his other hand landed on her chest. The tough, black armor obviously could not stop him. With a gentle flick, it shattered. Her perky breasts jumped out. Although they were not as voluptuous as Yi Liubo's, her naked upper body had a kind of sculptural beauty. Just as he was about to do something, Yi Liusu pushed him away fiercely. When their lips separated, Yi Liusu bit hard on his lips, as if she wanted to leave some kind of mark on him. With a wave of her hand, the black cloak fell on her body again, covering her skin completely. She bowed and said, "Master, this subordinate will take his leave. Please cultivate well." Li Qingshan rubbed his head. This was the first time he had seen hatred in her eyes. He watched as Yi Liusu vanished into the lake water. He rubbed the teeth on his lips and shook his head. It was best if he did not guess what was on a woman's mind. After all, he was not like Hua Sengzan, who regarded the word love as the highest level of infatuation. Although he had fallen in love with Gu Yenying at first sight, he had never been unable to forget or regret his longing for her. Being able to talk about that love at first sight many years later, he felt that he had no regrets. As for whether Gu Yenying agreed or not, it was not even important anymore. Although he had some thoughts about pursuing a sincere love or something after the lingering with Han Qiongji, he had almost exhausted all his feelings in this life. At the end of the day, he had never intended to entrust the meaning of his life to one or a few women. Of course, the relationship between a man and a woman was also very important. It was probably on par with his pursuit of power and his desire for battle. But compared to the dream of the 9 heavens and the promise he made to Brother Niu, it was a lot less. In the eyes of women, men always seemed a little ruthless. That was because the world of men was always too broad, but it was not as big as the ambition in their hearts. The north wind called upon warriors to leave the warm home and rush towards the boundless sea. Even they themselves could not stop them. This endless adventure and pursuit was where the meaning of life lay. Li Qingshan calmed himself down and got rid of all distracting thoughts. He also arrived at Mooncourt Lake, prepared to properly study the water mirror disk and see if he could improve his strength. In the depths of the lake, Li Qingshan stared at the water mirror disk in his hand. Although demonic qi pervaded the place, he immediately sensed the remnant mark left behind by Lu Chongqing when he infused it. It did not take him much effort to erase it. However, in the process, he discovered something. It seemed that even Lu Chongqing had not completely refined the water mirror disk. On the other side, when Hua Sengzan returned to the 100 schools of thought, the thunder slaughter wooden sword in his hand was practically snatched away by Zhou Tong. The way he caressed the sword was like caressing a lover he had not seen for a long time. Meanwhile, Lu Chongqing looked like he had lost his parents. He asked Hua Sengzan, "Did you give him the water mirror disk?" "Yes." Lu Chongqing let out a heavy sigh at first before becoming rather irritated. The water mirror disk is something left behind by an ancient cultivator. He's just a demon, so don't even think about refining it so easily. Let's hope so. Li Qingshan had already begun refining the water mirror disk. He immediately sensed a startling power hidden within the water mirror disk. Was this a legendary arcane treasure? Li Qingshan shook his head. That was impossible. Even among golden core cultivators, there were not a lot of arcane treasures that could be used. Perhaps it was because of the spirit turtle transformation, or perhaps it was because Li Qingshan and the water mirror disk really hit it off, but during the refinement process, he did not run into any problems like Lu Chongqing had been anticipating. He easily refined the water mirror disk completely, unlocking the part of its function that even Lu Chongqing was unable to unleash. So that's how it is. It really is a good treasure. A good treasure. Li Qingshan was overjoyed. Then he thought about it. If he used the water mirror disk to use the water mirror's image, he wondered if there would be other miraculous effects. 60 years passed in the mountains, and no one knew the year of winter. In the blink of an eye, autumn had already passed, and winter had arrived. Mooncourt Lake was covered in a layer of white snow. Yi Liusu had already moved a portion of the night roamers to Mooncourt Lake, beginning a new life. As for Li Qingshan, he did not stop at all, refining as many bodies of water as he could. With each additional river he refined, he would gain a portion of power and a portion of security. On this day, Li Qingshan moved through the gloomy underground. he followed another underground river and arrived in the territory of another demon general. When the demon general sensed his demon chi, he hid far away, afraid to come face to face with him. At this moment, Li Qingshan sensed something. A strand of snow-white silk suddenly shot out from underground, piercing his neck. Li Qingshan had already moved away. What was pierced was only an afterimage he had left behind. The silk trembled, and Helicoverpa Rosa's voice rang out. "North Moon, come and die." Li Qingshan smiled. He was just about to agree to it and barge into the enemy's camp alone again. The Spirit Turtle's demon core suddenly gave him an extremely stern warning. It was actually even more intense than last time. Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. That was impossible. His current strength was more than 10 times greater than when he took the risk last time. And he had gained quite a few trump cards. He still had 70% of the power of belief in the divine talisman of great creation that he could use. And with the speed of his wings of wind, even if he could not defeat her, he could still flee if he wanted to. There were so many favorable conditions, but there was still such a great danger. However, the Spirit Turtle's demon core clearly told him that facing the Spider Queen this time would be one of the greatest life-threatening dangers of his life. "Haha, mother of my child, you're far too slow. Once I'm done with what I'm doing, I'll obviously go." Li Qingshan intended on waiting for Little N to emerge from seclusion after he refined the Blood Sea banner, so that he would have an additional layer of protection for this trip. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to break through to the 5th layer of the Tiger Demon, so there was no possibility for him to erupt on the spot. Taking this risk was completely pointless. "I want you to come right now. Right now. You've made me wait for so long, so you should wait for a while too. All right, I'll give you a month." The voice behind Helicoverpa Rosa immediately calmed down. Li Qingshan instead became more and more cautious. The reason why Helicoverpa Rosa had backed down like this was clearly because she was afraid of scaring him away. In other words, she really did have the confidence to kill him. To be continued. Chapter 5:16. Little N was already prepared. He pointed at his 100 treasures pouch, and the corpse of a night roamer flew out, merging with the samadhi flames of white bone. It was the mistress of the Bat clan, Yi Lai Xiang, who had been killed by Li Qingshan with a single move. Her expression still retained the terror from when she was killed. She was roasted by the samadhi flames of white bone. Very quickly, she twisted and melted into it. The flames burned even more fiercely, leaving behind only a set of white bones, which melted into a drop of bone fluid that dripped onto the Blood Sea banner. More corpses followed closely behind, flying into the samadhi flames of white bone one by one. Just like that, countless corpses were destroyed, and a long time had passed. A thick, curved bone with distinct joints pierced through the Blood Sea banner. It was like a backbone, and then there were 10-odd thinner white bones that were like ribs that propped up the Blood Sea banner. And at the top of the spine, there was a hideous skull, using its mouth full of sharp teeth to hold onto the Blood Sea banner. At first glance, it looked like the skeleton of half a human. It spread its arms and separated its ribs, completely merging with the Blood Sea banner. Meanwhile, its spine continued to extend downwards until it reached Little Anne's hand. The flagpole was done, but something was still missing. Little Anne's right pinky was suddenly severed. His flesh, blood, and bone all merged into the Blood Sea banner. The flagpole was immediately dyed with a layer of crystal, and the blood-red color of the flag became even brighter. The blazing samadhi white bone flame surged wildly into the skull at the top of the Blood Sea banner. 2 flames suddenly lit up in its eye sockets. Little and waved his hand again and spat out a smoke-like shadow. It was the wailing soul of Blood Shadow. As soon as it sank into the surging sea of blood, it immediately melted away. The Blood Sea banner was formed. Little and put away the Blood Sea banner. Stepping out of the cave, he took out the glazed mirror of invisibility and hid himself. Then he tore through the air in the direction of Mooncourt Lake. Night descended on Mooncourt Lake. The fishermen by the lakeside all pulled in their nets and returned to their boats, their lives. Instead, he discovered that ever since the Mooncourt Lake god descended, the waves on the surface of the lake had lessened significantly. The fish, prawns, and water monsters that were wreaking havoc had all vanished as well. Their respect for this Mooncourt Lake god grew. There were already many fishermen worshipping the lake god on their boats. Meanwhile, the Mooncourt Water Manor at the center of the lake seemed to have woken up from its slumber. The night roamers left their residences in 2s and 3s. Men and women swim together. They talked and laughed in a relaxed manner. From time to time, he would look up at the stars above his head with an intoxicated expression on his face. The island was extremely vast, so accommodating several tens of thousands of night roamers was no problem at all. After Yi Liusu completed her great cause of unification, she constantly migrated. The shadow of death that had once enveloped the entire race of night roamers no longer existed. Yi Liusu established law and order here, so they no longer had to cling to weapons. They had to guard against assassinations and sneak attacks at any time. Compared to where I grew up, this place is like a dream. In an exquisite pavilion built by the side of a mountain, 2 figures stood there. Yi Liubo gazed at a group of children playing around. She said to Yi Liusu beside her, "Sister, your wish has finally come true." The corner of Yi Liusu's lips curled slightly, but it was immediately replaced by worry. She looked back at the center of the island. There was a small lake there, connected to Mooncourt Lake underground. The surroundings of the small lake were forbidden grounds that no night roamers could set foot in. Even she would not disturb them unless there was something urgent, as that was where Li Qingshan cultivated. "Are you worried about Master? Don't worry. Master definitely won't lose," Yi Liubo said with complete confidence. "Oh, you." Yi Liusu sighed with a smile and rubbed Yi Liubo's head. What a good pet of his. Yi Liubo refused to budge. "Even you say that, sister. I'm envious of you." Yi Liusu sighed inside. She had entrusted everything to him without holding anything back, trusting him wholeheartedly and without any worries. However, she had even more needs, just like her dreams, which were as difficult to fulfill as them. At the end of the day, it was still because of the difference in their backgrounds. Yi Liusu came from a noble and wealthy background and possessed extremely great talent, which was why she had dreams that regular night roamers did not. That was why she could come into contact with human books, which was why she developed thoughts of love similar to human women. As for Yi Liubo, she had come from Blackluster City, which was equivalent to a slum among humans. Her thoughts were much simpler and more practical. She was already satisfied with this favor. Yi Liusu's face suddenly stiffened. She sensed that someone had touched the formation. Raising her head, she saw a white figure pass through the formation and fly over. It flew past the pavilion and landed in the small lake in the center of the island. It was so fast that even Yi Liusu failed to make out what it was, and it did not give off any aura at all. She could not even tell whether it was a human or a demon. However, most of the night roamers on the island were completely unaware of this. The control over the core of the formation was obviously in Li Qingshan's hands, while Yi Liusu and Yi Liubo had been given a portion of the control too. It was impossible for other people or demons to pass through the formation so easily. In other words, he was the one who let the white figure in. Yi Liusu leapt down the stairs. Her graceful and agile figure was like a carp leaping backwards, merging with the darkness and creating black ripples. Yi Liobu called out, "Sister, didn't Master say to not let anyone disturb him?" Yi Liusu did not seem to hear her. She was unable to control her desire to understand everything about him. "I thought you couldn't make it in time." Li Qingshan sat in the center of the lake with his legs crossed. The water mirror disc was placed on his knees. Suddenly, he sensed the abnormality of the formation and beamed with joy. In the blink of an eye, Little Anne arrived in front of him. She had turned back into white bones, but she could already freely switch between great beauty and white bones now, so she did not have to go through the trouble of refining her body again. Little Anne said nothing. It would also be one of his decisive trump cards for achieving victory in this battle, or perhaps his greatest ability for escaping. Passing through the deep underground river, he followed the waterway he had come to Cobweb City for the first time. He walked all the way to the end, where the river turned into a waterfall and dispersed. With a single glance, Li Qingshan saw Helicoverpa Rosa. She currently stood at the very top of Cobweb City, on a steepled tower. Helicoverpa Rosa was no longer wearing her red dress that resembled an evening gown. Instead, she wore a set of black clothes that seemed to be tight-fitting. It wrapped around her body completely, yet it also clearly outlined every single enchanting curve. It was flawless. Li Qingshan admired her figure once more. Is this the trump card she spent over half a year preparing for me? To weave a sexy, tight-fitting dress? No, that's definitely not all. No matter how tough the clothes were, it was impossible for them to make the spirit turtle feel so threatened. There must be something else? To be continued. Surging demon chi permeated the river behind him, taming the river like a tamed beast. A dignified expression appeared on Helicoverpa Rosa's face. She knew that she could not allow Li Qingshan to continue accumulating his strength. The tower beneath her feet suddenly collapsed. She had already crossed thousands of feet and arrived in front of Li Qingshan. With a shake of her right hand, a black whip unfurled. Under the infusion of her strength and demon chi, it suddenly came to life. Like a dancing black dragon, it whizzed towards Li Qingshan. She's actually using a weapon. Li Qingshan frowned. He did not dare to be careless. The strongest aspect of a demon was itself. With Helicoverpa Rosa's strength, the power of a casual claw or bite was far greater than the power of an ordinary artifact. Yet she had actually given up on her natural claws, teeth, and legs. That in itself indicated a certain problem. It seemed like the whip was woven from spider silk as well, which was very normal. Although demons could use demon chi to refine human spiritual and arcane artifacts, it was often not suitable for demons in battle. It would instead affect their ability to unleash their strength. Fiendish demons with higher intelligence would usually use their own materials to make suitable weapons. But for some reason, this whip was the same color as the clothes she was wearing, pitch black. Logically speaking, a product woven from spider silk should be snow white and transparent. These thoughts flashed through his head. Li Qingshan drew his dragon, seizing Bident, and spat out 2 streams of water. They coiled around the whip and wrapped around it. He was not hoping to defeat the enemy and achieve victory. He only hoped to buy some time. Under the spirit turtle's warning, Li Qingshan dared not be careless about this battle at all. Little Anne was his powerful support, but she was more of a safety measure. Unless it was truly a matter of life and death, Li Qingshan would not let Little Anne take action. As a result, he made up his mind as soon as he arrived in Spider City. He would adopt a defensive stance first. As long as he could refine the river behind him, he would be able to directly connect his system of water from Mooncourt Lake to here. As long as he succeeded, he would be undefeatable. As soon as the 2 streams of water wrapped around the black whip. They were dyed pitch black. The spiritual qi dispersed and receded. Li Qingshan experienced a great sense of alarm. He instinctively unleashed the spirit turtle's profound shell and formed a semicircular screen of light before him. Boom! It was like a clap of thunder. Basically, the moment the spirit turtle's profound shell had been formed, Helicoverpa Rosa's whip struck it viciously. A long crack immediately appeared on the screen of light before Li Qingshan. Originally, he did not take it to heart. Although his comprehension of the spirit turtle transformation had deepened, and the spirit turtle's profound shell had become even tougher, it was not something that could be shattered so easily. As long as he could keep her busy, he would be able to refine the river. With an endless supply of spiritual qi, he could even fight a battle of attrition against Helicoverpa Rosa. However, the crack was clearly black, and it seemed to be alive. It constantly spread and seeped into the spirit turtle's profound shell like it was alive. In the blink of an eye, a crack had appeared, and it rapidly expanded. There's poison on the whip. What kind of poison is this? It can even corrode the spirit turtle's profound shell. Li Qingshan's face changed. As his strongest defensive ability, the spirit turtle's profound shell possessed the special characteristic of isolating everything. It had been breached by great powers in the past, but it had never been corroded by anything. He had personally experienced the poison of Helicoverpa Rosa in the past, but it was definitely not as potent as this. Otherwise, as long as it grazed his skin, half of his body would be corroded away. Take a look. North Moon, this is my true strength. Do you really think you can defeat me? Helicoverpa Rosa shrieked behind him. The smile on her face twisted. That was the delight of revenge. She did not do anything special, but the whip twisted and stabbed into the crack in the spirit turtle's profound shell. This was no longer a regular whip, but an extension of her limbs. Li Qingshan was not bold enough to let the whip touch him. He surged with demon qi, and the dragon-seizing pitchfork in the shape of a two-headed snake immediately sprang to life. The two snake heads opened their mouths and bit down viciously on the whip. At the same time, he used his demon qi to repair the spirit turtle's profound shell in an attempt to lock up the whip. After all, the arcane artifact had been tempered by cultivators over and over again. It was forged from extremely tough materials, so it was impossible for it to stop the whip for a while under the injection of his demon qi. However, the black poison spread mercilessly to the dragon-seizing pitchfork. The two-headed snake that had been awe-inspiring a moment ago immediately became exhausted, losing the power of the dragon-seizing. Meanwhile, Li Qingshan's demon qi only managed to stop the spread of the poison slightly. In a single clash, the dragon-seizing pitchfork was destroyed. Like a venomous dragon breaking free, the whip danced about in a dazzling manner. Black shadows enveloped Li Qingshan's surroundings, filled with the aura of death. As long as the poison came in contact with even the slightest bit, he would have to pay an extremely horrific price. Li Qingshan instead calmed down. He opened his mouth and spat out the tiger demon's breath, which entangled with the whip. However, as soon as it collided with the whip, even the wind was dyed black. Logically speaking, poison could only corrode physical objects, but Helicoverpa Rosa's bone-eating poison could even corrode demon qi and spiritual qi. Fortunately, Li Qingshan's breath was endless, which finally stopped the whip's attack slightly. As for Helicoverpa Rosa, she had yet to actually use it. The tiger demon's breath could block the whip at most, but the 8 legs behind her were definitely coated in the same poison. How was he supposed to block it? The battle had only just begun, but Li Qingshan understood why the spirit turtle's demon core had given off such a great warning. He really was in danger of dying in this battle. As a demon commander, Helicoverpa Rosa also possessed 3 innate abilities. Li Qingshan had seen two of them in the past. One was her eyes that could see through all obstructions, making it convenient for her to hunt down prey. The other was turning completely silver, granting her a powerful defense. However, there was one more that Li Qingshan had never seen before. It was also her only offensive ability, which was the bone-eating poison. Yes, during the last encounter, she had injected vicious poison into Li Qingshan's body countless times, but the effects were not ideal. However, that was just her instincts as a venomous spider. It could not be regarded as an innate ability at all. That was because the innate ability was not the type that could be used immediately. Instead, it required tremendous amounts of demon chi and effort to refine her own poison. Who knew how many years it had already been since she had encountered an opponent that she could fight? So why would she specially use this innate ability and refine that terrifying bone-eating poison normally? Without her only offensive ability, she was like a tiger without claws and teeth. Although she still possessed her physical strength, she could not even unleash half of its destructive power. She suffered an extremely humiliating defeat at Li Qingshan's hands. Now, it's time for her to take revenge. You're welcome. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 518. Helicoverpa Rosa arrived in front of the cavern and grabbed the edge of the crack in the spirit turtle's profound shell. She ripped it apart, and with a sound like it had shattered, the spirit turtle's profound shell was reduced to pieces. She arrived before Li Qingshan. She drew back her right hand and raised it, shaking the whip until it was perfectly straight, dispersing the breath around it and turning it into a black spear. She turned around slightly and held the spear before her. Her slender right leg bent slightly as she glanced at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan finally discovered that the breath alone was not enough to trap the whip in Helicoverpa Rosa's hand. The whip countered softness and toughness. When it was soft, it was flexible, but when it was tough, it was indestructible. In her hands, it basically seemed like it had fused with the whip. With the majestic cobweb city as the backdrop, her slender, pitch-black figure seemed noble like the queen of the night, radiating with a sternness that Li Qingshan had never seen before. A great sense of danger rose up in Li Qingshan's heart, but at the same time, his excitement surged. It danced wildly like the wind, blazed like fire. It was thicker than love, more intense than lust. The corner of his lips curled into a vicious smile involuntarily. With a wild laugh, he opened his mouth and spat out. The breath that was originally only as thick as an arm suddenly grew larger, whistling over. Then he grabbed forward, as if he had grabbed something, and he pulled violently. The rocks in the surroundings suddenly began to squirm like living things, pressing against Helicoverpa Rosa's back violently. The breath howled and curled against Helicoverpa Rosa's back. The fierce wind blew her long, black hair backwards, and her black, tight-fitting clothes became wrinkled, but it did not tear through. The rock and soil almost buried Helicoverpa Rosa's back. Only a single eye of hers remained, staring straight at Li Qingshan. Her figure suddenly blurred. Her frozen posture clearly remained where she was, but she had already taken a great step forward, and she suddenly pushed forward with her right hand. The rock and soil around her were reduced to dust in a single moment. The spear was like a bolt of lightning. It pierced towards Li Qingshan's head with the power to pierce through everything, advancing courageously, unparalleled. If it was the Li Qingshan of the past, this move would have been enough to kill him on the spot. There would have been no chance for him to escape. However, things were different now. Li Qingshan was prepared for everything that he had done. It was just a stall for time. He growled. He brought his hands together. Spirit Turtle's profound shell. Waves of demonic aura condensed around him. The figure of the Spirit Turtle appeared. The figure was obviously fake, but the spirit turtle's profound shell on the spirit turtle's back was real. It was no longer a screen of light formed by hexagons, but in the shape of a tortoise shell, ancient, simple, and sturdy. He lay there quietly, even if Mount Tai was pressing down on him and the sea was flowing. They were unable to shake him in the slightest. The moment the black spear collided with the spirit turtle's profound shell, there was eternal darkness. Suddenly, an extremely bright light burst out from the dark underground. In that instant of clash, Li Qingshan's eyes suddenly became as calm as water. He bent and rose up skillfully, avoiding the tip of the spear and making it slide past the semicircular tortoise shell, missing. Sure enough, the tortoise shell was dyed with a layer of black. It was impossible for him to continue holding on like this. However, Li Qingshan had never thought that would happen. In that moment, the figure of the spirit turtle dispersed, and the figure of the tiger demon appeared. The Black King character on his forehead was clearly visible. His skin recovered its whiteness too. Threads wove together around the hole in the tight-fitting clothes, automatically mending it. He's become even faster, and his destructive power has become even greater. If it weren't for the battle suit, his wounds would have been much more severe. Helicoverpa Rosa raised her head and looked at Li Qingshan beside the cavern. There was no fury from being injured or repelled in her eyes. Instead, she was extremely calm as she estimated Li Qingshan's current strength. Judging from the punch, Li Qingshan's full-powered strike could only cause minimal damage to her. There was no need for her to worry too much. However, this time, she would not be careless because of anything. She still gripped the black whip firmly in her right hand and raised it gently. In the moment Li Qingshan completely unleashed the force of his lunge, when he thought he had repelled the enemy, he did not relax at all. However, it was unavoidable for his body to reveal a sliver of an opening. Her eyes allowed her to grasp all openings. Li Qingshan only felt his ankle tighten. The whip wrapped around him, dragging him down the cliff and down the waterfall. Li Qingshan took a step down, and the rock collapsed and cracked. The strength of the earth had bestowed him with unbelievable strength, immediately freezing him in place. Suddenly, a feeling of numbness rapidly spread through his ankle. At the same time, the feeling spread through his hand and many other parts of his body. I'm clearly not injured. This poison is so vicious. She purposefully allowed herself to be hit with that punch, just so that the whip would have the opportunity to trap me. Although the 8 legs had pierced the spirit turtle's profound shell, Li Qingshan's lunge was so swift and violent that it only brushed past Li Qingshan in the end. It did not even pierce through the ox demon forges, its hide, so he was not injured at all. But now, the 8 slashes rapidly widened and deepened, silently devouring Li Qingshan's flesh and blood. In the blink of an eye, he had become 8 horrific wounds. A layer of skin and flesh had been shaved off his fist, where Helicoverpa Rosa's tight clothes had come into contact with it in the blink of an eye, revealing his metallic bones. The poison actually seeped into the bones wildly. Spirit turtle suppresses the seas. Suppress the poison. The demon chi in Li Qingshan's body surged violently, suppressing the spread of the poison in front of him. He wanted to purge it, but the poison was like maggots in his bones. The poisonous whip wrapped around his ankles was releasing poison continuously. Unlike the feeling of being poisoned last time, he did not feel any pain this time. His ankle only shrank silently, and it continued to shrink. This change was the same as what happened to Helicoverpa Rosa right now. There were no more crazy curses or sharp curses. Instead, it silently, quietly stripped away his life force. Li Qingshan swung his hand like a blade, swinging it viciously at the whip. However, a powerful strand of demon chi knocked his hand back. The toughness of the whip itself had far exceeded his imagination. This was the result of Helicoverpa patient weaving over the greater part of the year. Every single strand of spider silk she spat out was even tougher than steel. However, this whip was made up of 100,000 strands of spider silk. They were woven together in an extremely precise manner, and after some refinement, they had become a single entity under the control of Helicoverpa. The whip slithered over like a snake. It wrapped around Li Qingshan's thigh, wrapped around Li Qingshan's waist, wrapped around him, wrapped around him, wrapped around him. Li Qingshan did not even feel like he was being tied up, as wherever the whip passed by, his body would become numb. There was no pain, only nothingness. Helicoverpa did not use this opportunity to lunge over. Instead, she maintained her distance from Li Qingshan and watched on quietly, making use of every moment she had to recover her demon qi and strength. Spiders would not strike immediately after their prey fell into their web. Instead, they would wait until they ran out of strength and posed no threat at all before slowly feasting on them. Turns out I've still underestimated her. Originally, Li Qingshan had heard that she was relatively powerful among demon commanders, so he did not find the two words demon commander to be anything special. Looking at it now, he had been far too arrogant. She had personally demonstrated to him the terror of a carapaced demon commander. Her innate abilities might not have been as beautiful or complicated, but after the simplest combination, she had completely turned into a killing machine. The spirit turtle's demon core gave off a sharp warning. Death was closing in on him step by step. Thinking he could escape at any time with the wings of wind was just a laughable fantasy. The slightest carelessness would lead to certain death. Interesting. Chapter 5:19. Li Qingshan's body suddenly expanded, turning into a demon with a copper head, iron forehead, ox horns, iron hooves, tiger claws, and a tiger tail. He let out a ferocious howl, which reverberated in the cave. Stalactites and stalagmites fell from the sky and into the lava river, splashing fiery red lava. Li Qingshan sealed the river, and the red magma had completely occupied this intertwined network. Helicoverpa smiled. The more the prey struggled, the faster it died. Her poisonous whip was not something that could be broken by brute force, but thinking of Li Qingshan's usual amazing performance, she held the poisonous whip tightly and injected demonic aura into it, suppressing Li Qingshan's struggle. In the blink of an eye, Li Qingshan's body had grown to a height of 3 meters. Not only did he not break the poisonous whip, but the whip also tightly wrapped around his body. His bones were exposed under the corrosion of the poison, and he looked like a trapped beast. He did not look like a human at all, but a ferocious monster covered in scars, fighting like a cornered beast. At this moment, the evil smile on his face did not disappear. The pain of the poison corrosion only increased his fighting spirit. With a pair of big hands that were almost only bones left, he grabbed the poisonous whip tightly and pulled it like a tug-of-war. "Come here." Helicoverpa reacted immediately. She stepped on a spider silk that was as thick as a wrist that ran through the cave. The spider silk was pulled and bent like a bowstring, wrestling with Li Qingshan. She would not attack rashly. She had to wait until the moment when the poison destroyed all his vitality before she launched a fatal blow. Li Qingshan smiled and suddenly let go of his hands. Helicoverpa felt her hands loosened, and she was bounced back by the long spider silk. She thought to herself, "Oh no!" Taking advantage of the moment when her body lost balance, Li Qingshan's body suddenly shrank and returned to the size of a human. He spread his wings of wind and flew up with a whoosh. The poisonous whip was like a poisonous snake. "The winch under me." Helicoverpa Rosa was not too disappointed with Li Qingshan's escape because he had already suffered a serious injury. If he did not use his demonic aura to suppress the poison, he would have died. But in front of her, how could he have the chance to do so? Fortunately, I'm not unprepared. Li Qingshan also understood this point. He exhaled lightly. Under Helicoverpa Rosa's incredulous gaze, the terrible wounds on his body were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the demonic aura on his body was not reduced at all. This is impossible. Helicoverpa Rosa cried out involuntarily. Let alone a demon general, even a demon commander, would not be able to recover from her poison so easily. Nothing is impossible. You will never be able to kill me, no matter how sharp your claws and teeth are. No matter how fierce the poison you refine, you can't kill me, and I will become stronger and stronger. One day, I will conquer you. Ha ha ha. Li Qingshan laughed wildly. The poison on his body disappeared, but there were still some injuries left. Without the invasion of the poison, he naturally recovered in the blink of an eye. But in his heart, he said, I didn't expect to be forced to use my first trump card so soon. If I didn't have this move, I would have to retreat now. The mirror avatar is also almost unable to hold on. At the bottom of the small lake, in the island at the center of the lake, Li Qingshan's mirror avatar was also sitting cross-legged, with the shimmering water moon disk on his knees, reflecting his appearance. Suddenly, a terrible scene appeared on his body. It was accompanied by dark poison, as if there was an invisible beast biting fiercely. By the time the biting stopped, the mirror avatar was on the verge of shattering. This battle I will never lose. The poisonous whip danced like a poisonous dragon, roaring out. Although Li Qingshan pulled back a game and hit Helicoverpa Rosa's confidence, she was still like a mouse pulling a turtle. He couldn't do anything. If he was hit by her, he would be poisoned. If he was hit by her, he would also be poisoned. If he was poisoned a few more times, the mirror avatar would definitely collapse. Poison, a common thing, became a trump card in her hands that could both attack and defend. And once he was entangled by the poisonous whip, it would not be so easy to get away. Therefore, Li Qingshan's choice was to retreat. He retreated without the slightest hesitation, directly retreating into the surging water behind him. When the tiger demon's rage and the ox demon's stubbornness were all useless, what he needed was the spirit turtle's patience. Li Qingshan sat with his legs crossed in the water, like an old monk. The spirit turtle's figure appeared on him again. The poisonous whip was like a poisonous dragon that had entered a hole. It lashed, stabbed, and entangled. The surging attacks were ever-changing and all-pervasive. Like a black storm, it tore apart and forced back the water, landing directly on the spirit turtle's profound shell. Rumble! The entire world seemed to shake. However, Li Qingshan's eyes were extremely calm as he thought silently, 17. The black poison constantly ate away and spread. But whenever it was about to eat through, Li Qingshan would condense another layer of the spirit turtle's profound shell. Without a doubt, this was extremely taxing on his demon qi. Since the beginning of the battle, he had already expended 30 to 40% of his demon qi. However, with the experience of clashing with Li Qingshan last time, Helicoverpa Rosa placed great emphasis on maintaining her strength and demon qi. After a few adjustments, she had not even used up 10%. As long as she had some time, she would be able to return to full again very soon. 13. Li Qingshan continued to count silently. The spirit turtle's profound shell was peeled away layer by layer, approaching his body very soon. Afterwards, Helicoverpa Rosa shook her hand, and the poisonous whip wrapped around Li Qingshan's body, the last thin layer of the spirit turtle's profound shell. Once it was ripped apart, she would be able to entangle him again. This time, She would never give him the opportunity to escape. When Li Qingshan had just counted to 7, the spirit turtle's profound shell shattered loudly, and the poisonous whip wrapped around him. Helicoverpa Rosa took a step back and arrived before him, reaching towards the top of his head viciously with her fingers. God damn it, this is completely different from what's written in the script. Li Qingshan grumbled inside. He raised his left hand and blocked Helicoverpa Rosa's attack from behind, while his right hand grabbed the hand that stabbed towards his chest. His hand suddenly tightened, and the poisonous whip wrapped around him again. This time, it was no longer coiling around him like a snake. Instead, it formed knots, wanting to tie Li Qingshan up and restrict his strength. Afterwards, Helicoverpa Rosa opened her mouth and spat out a strand of spider silk, which shot towards Li Qingshan's head. Li Qingshan also breathed out, scattering the spider silk. The tiger demon's breath was useless against the poisonous whip, but it was still very effective against this move. Afterwards, Helicoverpa Rosa seemed to be completely unaware of this. She spat out spider silk endlessly, and the 8 spikes on her back began to dance about. However, they did not stab towards Li Qingshan. Instead, they wove the scattered spider silk into layers, wrapping around Li Qingshan's body. The rapidly adhering spider silk wrapped around Li Qingshan like a cocoon, layer by layer. However, the poisonous whip continued to tighten, pouring in poison. The mirror clone in Moon Court Lake shattered loudly, having reached its limit. The water mirror disc sank to the bottom of the lake. From that moment onwards, Li Qingshan would have to endure these injuries himself. In the blink of an eye, Li Qingshan became immobilized, like an insect that had accidentally stumbled into a spider's web. This was his final fate. Seeing how her prey had finally fallen into the net, Helicoverpa Rosa eased up inside, but she dared not stop at all. She constantly increased the thickness of the web. She seemed extremely patient. However, just when Li Qingshan was immobilized, his eyes had already become calm and confident. When he had completely lost the ability to resist, his eyes had already become calm and confident, which was extremely irritating to the Spider Queen. She stabbed 2 fingers towards his eyes. In a daze, she felt like this was déjà vu. I'm going to blow up my demon core and take you down with me. Li Qingshan bellowed furiously and spat. The spirit turtle's shell-like demon core flew out of his mouth, turning into a streak of blue light that shot towards the door behind Helicoverpa Rosa. It dyed her face azure before rapidly turning silvery gray. She assumed a defensive posture. I was just saying. Phew, I've finally made it in time. The water god seal in Li Qingshan's body suddenly lit up, and another ripple appeared. Li Qingshan had finally pushed the region of water under his control to Cobweb City behind Helicoverpa Rosa. Surging waves surged over from the river behind Li Qingshan like a roaring, furious dragon. Chapter 5:20. At that moment, Li Qingshan could freely use the water spiritual chi of Mooncourt Lake and the countless rivers and lakes here. He felt his will rapidly extend, finally connecting with the divine realm that he had managed for all this time. His thoughts expanded boundlessly as well. Although he was still stuck in the web, when he looked at Helicoverpa Rosa again, his gaze became like he was looking down on her. The river that Li Qingshan had sealed up and suppressed seemed to run out of patience. It roared and surged with desire, bursting forth. Li Qingshan's eyes became clear. He entered a state of intricacy and powered the water god seal, doing everything he could to gather all of its power on a single point, which was the spirit turtle's demon core. The spirit turtle's demon core suddenly sped up, spinning rapidly, propelled by the surging water. It shot out of the barrel like a whistling cannonball. Afterwards, Helicoverpa Rosa used the innate ability of her eyes. Although she saw these changes, She was not particularly surprised, as if she had been expecting it. However, as she watched the spirit turtle's demon core shoot over, she felt like she was unable to react in time. All she could do was grab her whip and retreat in a hurry. Even at a time like this, she did not forget to take Li Qingshan with her. As long as she took him away from the region of water, he would be prey for her to slaughter. She raised her other hand and blocked the trajectory of the spirit turtle's demon core. As long as it was slightly obstructed, she could even borrow the force to pull even further away. By then, no matter what Li Qingshan's water god was capable of, it would no longer matter. She had countless ways to kill an enemy that she could not fight back against. Helicoverpa Rosa's adaptability could not be described as slow. Just this thought alone was enough to tell that she had completely recovered her powerful instincts as a hunter. However, the development of everything was destined to go against her expectations. First of all, she had underestimated the power of the spirit turtle's demon core. As the saying went, dripping water can wear through a rock. The spirit turtle's demon core was a droplet of water like that. Behind, it was the boundless waters of the river and lake. She poured all of her power into this droplet of water. The moment it struck her hand, it paused slightly. It pierced right through her chest. Helicoverpa Rosa had an incredulous look on her face. The black tights on her chest were torn to shreds. His silver gray skin also caved in deeply, and blood splattered everywhere. Boom! Helicoverpa Rosa was sent flying far away like a ball. Clang, 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 clang. The crisscrossing spider webs in the cave snapped like strings of a zither under her impact. After blocking a few times, it still crashed heavily into Cobweb City. First, a tower was smashed to smithereens, but its momentum didn't slow down at all. More than a dozen walls and a thick pillar collapsed. The pain came just now, and he coughed up another mouthful of blood. Li Qingshan secretly thought that it was a pity. If he could directly hit her body, it would definitely cause a lot of damage. It could even pierce right through her. However, piercing through her palm was equivalent to piercing through 2 layers of spider silk poison armor, and finally hitting her, there was still one more layer. With these layers of protection, her injuries were minimized. The spirit turtle's demon core bounced back. Li Qingshan swallowed the spirit turtle's demon core in a single gulp, but he discovered that the demon core had also been contaminated with a layer of black poison. However, with a flash of light, the poison was purged. Her poison could contaminate the spirit turtle's profound shell, but it was not very effective against the spirit turtle's demon core. Even if all of his flesh and blood were stripped away, as long as his tiger bones were still standing proudly, his demon core was still flickering with light. As such, he would not be defeated. Compared to the bizarre feeling in his body, this little pain was practically child's play. Why don't you die? Helicoverpa Rosa's 10 fingers fiercely grabbed Li Qingshan's skull. Sparks flew in all directions, but only 10 shallow marks were left. Venom was poured on it, and white smoke rose, leaving behind a charred area. However, that was all. The bone-corroding venom could not corrode his tiger bones. With bones, a tiger would be reborn. She was about to go mad with anger. She was clearly much stronger and could easily suppress him, but he could continuously struggle and struggle. Li Qingshan's face, which was almost corroded into a skull, opened his mouth. Demonic wind passed through his hollow throat, and he cackled strangely. To be continued. Chapter 5:21. In the deep underground palace, 2 waves of demonic aura surged continuously. One was powerful and full of aggression, while the other was weak but endless. 2 faces faced each other. One was peerlessly beautiful, full of vengeful rage. The other was full of malevolence, laughing strangely, as if mocking the powerlessness of her hatred. When all the flesh and blood on Li Qingshan's body had been stripped away, only a layer of huge bones was left standing there, flashing with a metallic luster. But under the corrosion of the poison layer by layer, it was also rapidly dimming. Li Qingshan knew that even if his bones were tougher than magic tools, if the poison continued to corrode them, they would soon collapse. But after connecting the underground river, he had a countermeasure. Resplendent blue light burst forth from Li Qingshan's body. Among the 5 elements, the wood spirit was definitely the best at healing and recovery, while the water spirit could only be ranked second. But in terms of detoxification, the water spirit was definitely the best. Although the poison was fierce, it was gradually diluted and purified by the surging demonic aura. The metallic luster of his bones gradually recovered, and his muscle fibers, like willow branches sprouting in spring, stretched out to form a new body. With the support of the water god seal, he almost didn't have to worry about the consumption of demonic aura. Although the poison that was the greatest threat to him still affected his movements, it was no longer a fatal problem. He deduced that this kind of poison of hers probably needed to be specially condensed. Then let's waste it. He didn't believe that the poison she could condense was endless. How could Helicoverpa just sit and wait for Li Qingshan to recover? She clenched her fists and madly bombarded his skull. A series of hollow booms rang out, shaking Cobweb City. Under this terrifying power, it also began to distort and deform, and some small cracks appeared. The tiger demon Refine's bones was not indestructible after all. I will definitely kill you, Helicoverpa coldly declared. Suddenly, she felt a sense of danger and retreated. Chi-La, Li Qingshan's bone claws, shining with a metallic luster, pierced through the spider web and wrapped around Helicoverpa's slender waist. He hugged her tightly in his arms, as if he still wanted more from the kiss just now. A mouth full of fangs kissed his lips. A strong gust of wind passed through his hollow chest, and a hoarse voice came out. "My wife, it's my turn." Helicoverpa's expression changed. She felt a stream of wind flowing into her mouth. It was like a miniature tornado, but its power was not reduced at all. It was even more terrifying than a real tornado. It was Li Qingshan's innate ability, tiger demon breath. Like a rapidly rotating blade, turbine, it violently stirred up her internal organs. Her face twisted in pain. She pressed her hands against Li Qingshan's head and held it up. She flew back and half knelt on the ground. She spat out a mouthful of blood, along with pieces of internal organs. After Helicoverpa put on the poison suit, coupled with her powerful defensive innate ability, Li Qingshan's full-strength attack could not cause her any fatal injuries. It would be difficult for them to inflict a fatal wound on her, but her body was still relatively weak. When he looked at Li Qingshan again, there were 2 more rips, and a pair of feet that were reduced to bones broke free from the cocoon. They stomped on the ground loudly, causing the ground to crack and sink as rocks flew everywhere. The spider silk that Helicoverpa spat out at the last minute could not be as strong as the poisonous whip. From the beginning until now, he had never stopped using the tremors of the ox demon to destroy the structure of the spider silk. The effects continued to accumulate until now. He used a pair of extremely sharp bone claws to tear at his body. Finally, he broke free from the spider silk and regained his freedom. A ferocious and thick skeleton that seemed to be made of metal stood proudly. Li Qingshan thought, "My appearance does suit Little Anne very well." However, Little Anne's white bones seemed rather slender, even giving off a sense of holiness. As for Li Qingshan's skeleton, it was sharp and radiated with malice. At this moment, sharp laughter suddenly rang out from behind Helicoverpa rosa. It was twisted with delight. The laughter came to a halt. I never thought you'd actually force me to this extent. North Moon, I've still underestimated you. However, from the moment you set foot in Cobweb City, your fate was sealed. It was death. Suddenly, Li Qingshan felt like he had been surrounded by sharp killing intent, as if he had fallen into an encirclement of ambushes from all directions. Actually, Li Qingshan had always been confused. Although he had experienced quite a lot of danger from the beginning until now, it did not seem to match up to the warning from the Spirit Turtle's demon core. Now, the answer was being revealed. Li Qingshan's footsteps suddenly froze in the air. He was immobilized. This time, he really did not move at all. He could not even move a finger. Even his demon chi felt like it had been restrained, preventing him from unleashing it to his heart's content. What's going on? I clearly don't have a single strand of spider silk on me, yet I feel like I'm tied down by thousands of strands of spider silk. Helicoverpa rosa spread her arms. The strands of spider silk that crisscrossed the cavern suddenly flashed together and trembled. In that moment, like thousands of zither strings were being plucked at the same time, Cobweb City silently split apart and collapsed. It fell into the surging water and kicked up huge waves. The residents also collapsed. Li Qingshan no longer had a place to stand, but he remained frozen in the air just like that, as if he had been glued to an invisible net. The crisscrossing, geometrically beautiful strands of spider silk finally demonstrated their true purpose at that moment. They formed a huge trap similar to a human formation. Spirit arrays were not created by human cultivators. Instead, they were created through discovery and study. Through the use of spirit stones, array flags, and other tools, they were able to simulate the laws of the world. However, demons were often used to using their own strength. It was very rare for them to use external forces, just like how tigers and wolves were used to fighting with their claws and fangs instead of blades and spears. However, Helicoverpa rosa was an exception. When she was still a tiny spider, her main tool for survival was spider webs. Compared to her, even her venom paled in comparison. Very clearly, she did not give up on this special skill as she ascended to the throne of Demon Commander step by step. Instead, she learned to weave larger and better webs. As for Li Qingshan, he had unfortunately become an insect in the net. He thought, so this is her trump card. Helicoverpa rosa exhaled softly. A rare hint of exhaustion appeared on her face. It was clear that activating this spider web had taken a lot out of her. She stared venomously at Li Qingshan. She was in no hurry to attack him. Instead, she repaired the strands of spider silk that she had broken just now when she crashed into Cobweb City. Li Qingshan cursed inwardly. Originally, he could still sense the spiritual energy of the world and the vast rivers of water. But as the spider web was repaired strand by strand, it was like a great door was slowly closing. Once he lost the connection to the spiritual energy of the world and the support of the water god seal, he would become water without a source. Once Helicoverpa rosa turned around to deal with him, he would be able to wait for death. No matter how much power he unleashed on the spot, he would not be able to break free from the spider web she had meticulously woven. Suddenly, a dragon's roar resounded through the cavern. By now, the water had already flooded almost half the cavern, and the water level was still rising rapidly. Suddenly, a huge dragon head extended out. A water dragon soared into the sky like a dragon, carrying thousands of tons of water with it as it lunged towards the back of Helicoverpa rosa, who was focused on weaving the web. Helicoverpa rosa snorted coldly in disdain. She did not even look at it. The water dragon passed through the web and was completely ripped apart by the spider silk. It did not affect Helicoverpa at all. The destructive power of flowing water had always been limited. Only by concentrating all of its power on the spirit turtle's demon core, like in the beginning, could it harm her. However, Li Qingshan was bold enough to use that move once. Only a surprise attack could achieve that effect. Once he was prepared, he would not even be able to cry if she directly grabbed his demon core. As for directly controlling the water to attack her, it was very ineffective. To Helicoverpa, this was clearly his final struggle. As long as she repaired the last strand, she would be able to do whatever she wanted. Boom! Although the water dragon had been ripped apart by the web, the great force from the thousands of tons of water slammed against the ceiling of the cavern. This was Li Qingshan's true target. After Cobweb City had been cut to pieces, this unbelievably large cavern had lost its most important support. If it were not for the night roamers who had constantly reinforced the walls over the past 1,000 years, it would have collapsed from its own weight a long time ago. The collision this time was like the final straw that broke the camel's back. Rumble! The ground seemed to roar furiously. Huge cracks spread out like lightning, interweaving like a spider web. Thousands of tons of rock and soil collapsed and poured down. Do you think you can escape death like this? Helicoverpa casually swung her whip, and the poisonous whip shattered the huge rocks that fell towards her. The other rocks that fell down were easily ripped apart by the thin silk like the water dragon. Furthermore, her spider silk was independent and would not be affected by the destruction of the surrounding walls. This spider web was impressively her absolute domain. However, Li Qingshan ignored her. He let out a roar that sounded like he was in ecstasy, cheering for this natural scene of the collapse of the sky. Under the pressure of the rock and soil, the water level rose rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it had submerged Li Qingshan's body. The cheering vanished, and the figure of the spirit turtle appeared on Li Qingshan's body. However, it was unprecedentedly clear in the water. The water was his domain. The spirit turtle suppressed him and sank to the bottom. Chapter 5:22. The invisible domain enveloped him. Immediately, Li Qingshan's struggles slowed down. If it were not for his experience with Dragon Snail's ambush, he would have struggled to understand what was going on. This was not just an issue of speed. Once his thoughts slowed down, he struggled to enter a state of intricacy and unleash his strength to the limit. With the circulation of demon chi slowing down, the spirit turtle suppresses the seas lost the pressure it had just now. Although he still managed to maintain it, the spider web gradually recovered its original shape, no longer falling down. Helicoverpa had always followed the principle of killing her prey, regardless of the cost. She had no intention of fighting fairly at all. Right from the beginning, she had made Dragon's Nail hide in the surroundings, ready to strike at any time. This was to prevent Li Qingshan from escaping with his wings of wind. Li Qingshan immediately understood why the warning from the spirit turtle's demon core was so dangerous. Dragon Snail's innate ability was truly strange and powerful. When experts clashed, there was only a single line. If his speed was suddenly reduced by 30%, he would be at the mercy of others. Let's see what other tricks you have. Helicoverpa stared at Li Qingshan viciously, only to see Li Qingshan rejoice instead of being alarmed. He laughed aloud. What are you laughing at? Helicoverpa asked in surprise and doubt, but she did not slow down at all. I'm laughing at how you're digging your own grave. If you hadn't called for help, I really would have been embarrassed. As soon as Li Qingshan finished speaking, boom, 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 earth and rock shot into the air. 21 skull prayer beads emerged from all directions of the cavern, turning into huge, vicious skeleton demons in the air. Their sharp teeth bumped against each other as if they were cackling. Pure white flames burned in their eye sockets, completely ignoring everything else. They directly ripped through the spiderweb. Helicoverp Rosa's expression changed. She could not sense the aura of the skeleton demons, but she clearly sensed a dangerous, terrifying aura. With a flash, she had already arrived behind a skeleton demon. She raised her leg and kicked out violently, directly sending the skeleton demon flying. It slammed into the wall loudly. In an instant, her figure appeared everywhere in the spider web, as if she had more than 10 clones, and the poisonous whip followed her everywhere. It was like a dancing poisonous dragon. Bang, 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 bang. It was as if a series of thunderclaps had exploded. Being sent flying by her didn't seem to pose any threat to her. However, the skeleton demon that was kicked away by her in the beginning crawled out of the rock wall again and continued to destroy the spider webs tirelessly, completely unharmed. As for those skeleton demons that were sent flying by the poisonous whips, they all got up one by one. Black ink marks were left on their bodies, but it felt as if the poison could not penetrate into their bodies. The Samadhi white bone flame burned and removed the poison. What is this? Helicoverp Rosa's face became more and more unsightly, and this was under the influence of the dragon snail's divine ability. The speed of these skeletons had already become a lot slower. If they recovered their original speed, how ferocious would they be? The skeleton demon climbed up tirelessly. After destroying the spider webs, Helicoverp Rosa dashed left and right. None of the skeleton demons could stop her at all. However, her demonic aura was constantly being consumed. It didn't take long for her to show signs of fatigue, and her breathing became a little messy. Clang, clang, clang. The spider webs broke one by one. Li Qingshan began to be able to move his arms. Helicoverp Rosa suddenly looked back and said viciously, "Do you think you can escape by summoning these monsters?" She completely ignored the spider webs and extended her poisonous whip. He was still suppressed by the power of the spider webs, and under the influence of the dragon snail's divine ability, he naturally didn't have time to react and was tightly bound. Li Qingshan sighed emotionally. He had really been tied up in this battle in all sorts of ways. As long as we break through the encirclement of these skeleton monsters and bring him out of this water, she already has the upper hand. Helicoverp Rosa carried this thought and dragged Li Qingshan away. Boom! A huge snail shell smashed the rock wall and fell into the cave. On the side of the snail shell, there was a large crack mark. It was smashed in. Dragon's nail. Helicoverp Rosa suddenly raised her head. "Lady Spider Queen, save me!" Dragon Snail's face was full of fear. He no longer had his usual calmness. He hid so well, but he didn't expect to be discovered. He wasn't afraid of being discovered. What was more terrifying was the strength of the enemy. A white shadow flashed by. A translucent skeleton caught up to Dragon's Nail and stepped on his shell. The white bone sword stabbed deeply into the crack, and the surging Samadhi flames of white bone burned brightly. Dragon's Nail just let out a scream, and as if he was frozen, he could no longer speak, and raised her left hand, and the 21 skeleton demons turned into 21 skull prayer beads. Helicoverp Rosa saw that the situation was not good. She wanted to escape with Li Qingshan, but the moment she slowed down, the skull prayer beads entangled her. It was like the stars in the Milky Way, moving on their own trajectories, but following the same rules. 18 skull prayer beads could form a formation. It was originally meant to deal with Blood Shadow, but it was useless. Now, it was finally used on Helicoverp Rosa. Moreover, there were 21 of them, and their power was even stronger. The skull prayer beads changed shape again, turning into small skulls that spewed Samadhi white bone fire. Helicoverp Rosa felt a sense of extreme danger. She used her demonic aura to block the Samadhi white bone fire. She straightened her body and slashed a skull. She didn't move, but all the skull prayer beads began to spin rapidly. Immediately, 2 skulls blocked her way, and 3 skulls collided fiercely. It was as if there was an invisible thread that pierced through all the skull prayer beads, triggering them all. Although Helicoverpa Rosa was fast, she could not easily escape. Her eyes turned cold, and 8 chakra seals appeared. In her eyes, the speed at which the skull prayer beads revolved slowed down. She had seen through it. The 8 spikes danced wildly, and the might of each strike was astonishing. They whipped away the skulls that flew over, forcefully opening a path for her to break out of the formation. Although the skull demon formation was powerful, and it was naturally more than enough to deal with demon generals against a demon commander, and a carapaced demon commander with a powerful physique at that, it clearly paled in comparison. Helicoverpa Rosa suddenly felt her hand sink. Li Qingshan's body suddenly became 10 or even 100 times heavier, pulling her down. Li Qingshan broke free from the spider web, and without Dragon Snail's interference, his demon chi recovered in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, he unleashed the spirit turtle suppresses the seas and spat out a gust of wind, whistling and entangling. It was unable to harm Helicoverpa Rosa, but it could interfere with her movements. Helicoverpa Rosa looked at Li Qingshan, who flickered with a metallic luster. She felt like she had entered a nightmare filled with skeletons. She gritted her teeth and abandoned Li Qingshan. She seemed extremely resolute. She knew that if she continued like this, not only would she fail to kill Li Qingshan, but her situation would only worsen instead. It might even end up as bad as last time. Helicoverpa Rosa freed up another hand. The 21 skull prayer beads struggled to stop her. If a demon commander wanted to escape, who could stop her unless a demon king took action? There was a white flash, and blocked her way. There was no flash or sword chi, only a sure kill sword intent that enveloped and locked onto her before stabbing over like a streak of white light. The skull prayer beads flew over again. As long as they stopped her, she would fall into the skull demon formation again. There was a flash of blood, and a horrific slash appeared on the back of Helicoverpa Rosa's chest. She actually did not dodge at all. She wanted to force her way out, even if she had to take the hit. She could clearly sense that the little skeleton before her was the controller of these 21 skeletons. It possessed terrifying strength, no less than North Moon's. She suddenly sensed that something was wrong. Lowering her head, she saw white flames spreading from the wound, devouring her flesh and burning even more brilliantly. Her skin suddenly turned silvery gray. The flames followed along the wound, burning even deeper. They were even more vicious than her poison. This time was different from last time. She still had about 50% of the demon chi in her body. She had finally managed to circulate her demon chi, to expel the Samadhi flames of white bone. She had yet to recover from her shock, so she threw down a vicious threat. North Moon, I will definitely kill you. You still want to leave after offending me. Use your ultimate move, Li Qingshan shouted, and spat out a small banner the size of a palm. She held it between her fingers, and with a wave of her hand, the blood sea banner fluttered in the wind. Helicoverpa Rosa then glanced back at the deep crimson color. She felt an indescribable chill rise from her heart. She dared not stay any longer, diving straight into the depths of the wall. In that instant, the world became a sea of blood red. Helicoverpa Rosa then looked around. There were no more rocks or flowing water. There was only a boundless, churning sea of blood. The heavy stench of blood did not just reach the tip of her nose, but into every pore of her body. A feeling of weakness and powerlessness rose in her heart. That was the deepest despair in her heart. This sea of blood was boundless. She could not return to where she had come from, nor could she reach the other shore. White bones swam in the sea of blood. With just one look, Helicoverpa rosa had a feeling that her fate would eventually be the same as these white bones, becoming a member of this sea of blood. The sea of blood churned violently. Bone hands reached towards the sky, as if begging the heavens for a sliver of hope. This was a hellish scene, but hope did not exist. There was only a deep-seated hatred for the living. The thousands of white bones turned their heads together, using their empty eye sockets to look at Helicoverpa rosa. Even the vicious Helicoverpa rosa was taken aback, feeling a deep chill. The waves of blood churned. Thousands of white bones broke through the sea of blood and rushed up together. Insignificant tricks. Helicoverpa rosa snorted coldly. She waved her poisonous whip in a circle, smashing hundreds of white bones in an instant and falling into the sea of blood. There was immediately an empty circle around her, but it was immediately filled up by more white bones. There was no fear, no hesitation, and no roar. She just used all her strength to grab Helicoverpa rosa with her bone claws and drag her into the depths of the sea of blood. In a moment, Helicoverpa rosa smashed tens of thousands of white bones. But the white bones seemed to be endless, showing no signs of decreasing. I can't feel the existence of the spiritual aura of heaven and earth at all here. The demonic aura can't be restored. I must find a way to escape. Damn it, North Moon! Helicoverpa rosa suddenly stopped waving her whip. She closed her eyes and was immediately submerged by the white bones piling up into a mountain of bones. Yes, please. Chapter 523. The bone claws grabbed Helicoverpa rosa's back, but they failed to harm her at all. The pulling force of the white bones was nowhere near enough to shake up a demon commander. The Blood Sea Banner sure is brutal. Even that bastard Fu Qingjin's Green Ruins illusion probably can't match it. Li Qingshan could clearly see Helicoverpa rosa's figure submerged in the rippling Blood Sea Banner. Fu Qingjin's Green Ruins sword only created a Green Ruins illusion, while Little N's Blood Sea Banner created its own space. In reality, the Green Ruins sword was still superior. However, as a successor, Fu Qingjin was unable to unleash the power of the Green Ruins sword at all. The Blood Sea Banner had been personally forged by Little, and so it obviously seemed a little stronger. Moreover, the current Blood Sea Banner was just like the skull prayer beads. It was still extremely far away from complete. Once it truly reached that step, a mere Green Ruins sword would no longer be able to rival it. With a great boom, the mountain of white bones scattered in all directions. The white bones were reduced to dust, falling into the sea of blood. The surface of the sea finally settled down, but it rapidly gathered again, producing new white bones. Little and pointed. Behind Helicoverpa rosa, she suddenly looked back, only to be met with a surging wave of blood that swept over. It connected the sky and the earth, stretching endlessly. It was impossible to escape, impossible to dodge. Just the presence alone was enough to make people shiver inside. As the huge wave arrived before her, Helicoverpa rosa's figure became as insignificant as an ant. The moment the blood-red wave slammed down, a series of patterns appeared in her eyes. It was strange and mysterious. Suddenly, she shone with two streaks of light, piercing the wave before her. What she saw was no longer the boundless sea of blood, but the underground. She immediately flew up. The two streaks of light directly shot out from the Blood Sea Banner. Helicoverpa Rosa's most inconspicuous innate ability came into effect at that moment. It was actually the nemesis of magical illusions. Little N had to manage the Blood Sea banner and was unable to enter to meet the enemy. With a wave of his hand, the skull prayer beads scattered. Helicoverpa Rosa's pupils shrank. 21 skull rosary beads shot towards her. She gritted her teeth and twisted her body. No matter how they hit him, his speed did not decrease at all. He was about to break free. But then she saw Li Qingshan's hateful smiling face. "Let me—" Through the water god seal, Li Qingshan replenished his demonic qi. Even the injuries on his body had recovered by about 40 to 50%. With an additional layer of flesh, he looked even more terrifying than a skeleton. He nodded towards Little and then charged headlong into the Blood Sea banner, letting out a tiger's roar. It shook the Blood Sea. Li Qingshan spread his wings of wind and pounced on Helicoverpa Rosa. "Mother of my child, don't be in such a hurry to leave." Helicoverpa Rosa was both furious and hateful. Her poisonous whip lashed fiercely on Li Qingshan's body. Li Qingshan's flesh and blood splattered everywhere. His pounce was blocked, but it also completely cut off her path of escape. As soon as his flesh and blood fell into the Blood Sea, it immediately stirred and was devoured by the blood, becoming a part of the Blood Sea. Li Qingshan was completely fearless. His wings of wind suddenly sped up, crashing fiercely into the back of Helicoverpa Rosa's body. He spread open his arms, laughing strangely as he tightly hugged her, then dove into the Blood Sea together. This Blood Sea did not differentiate between friend and foe. It hated all living beings and devoured all flesh and blood. Even the owner of the Blood Sea banner, Little N, had to exert all his strength to control it so that the blood water would not attack Li Qingshan. But in the blink of an eye, only a tall skeleton remained. And Helicoverpa Rosa, who was under the concentrated attack of the Blood Sea, was in an even worse state. She had to constantly use her demon qi to resist the corrosion of the blood water. In the blink of an eye, the poison on her body had been dyed red. Although the fierce poison had dyed a part of the sea black, it was nothing compared to the boundless Blood Sea. Li Qingshan grabbed the back of Helicoverpa Rosa's neck with one hand, his legs wrapped around her waist, and he rode on her body. Laughing loudly, he landed punch after punch on her body. Naturally, she struggled with all her might. Their figures bobbed up and down in the Blood Sea, creating huge waves. When Helicoverpa Rosa saw that she was unable to break free from Li Qingshan's grasp, she tossed aside her poisonous whip and madly grabbed Li Qingshan's neck with both hands. Under the terrifying strength, his neck bones cracked, and very quickly cracks appeared. Although Li Qingshan's life force was strong, if his neck was also broken, only death awaited him. Li Qingshan struggled, but he was unable to break free. After losing his flesh and blood, his strength had weakened significantly. This was a demon commander. Even in the most disadvantageous of situations, a single counterattack could be fatal. However, how could Little and just watch as Li Qingshan was injured? While Li Qingshan and Helicoverpa Rosa were locked in a stalemate, the skull prayer beads flew over and wrapped around Helicoverpa Rosa's wrist, turning into a string of prayer beads again. 21 skeleton demons exerted their strength together, forcefully pulling Helicoverpa Rosa's hand away and locking it behind her back. Moreover, they constantly gnawed at her wrist. If she had not used her innate ability, turning her skin an indestructible silvery gray, her flesh would probably have been devoured in an instant. Suddenly, Li Qingshan clenched his claws and raised them high into the air. Like a huge hammer, he smashed them down. In that instant, Helicoverpa Rosa felt like a small mountain was pressing down on her from behind. There was a loud sound, followed by an intense tremor that passed through her entire body. Wherever the tremor passed, her poison suit, which had been corroded by the sea of blood, shattered. Her silvery gray body sank straight into the depths of the sea of blood. The water filled the cavern, instead propping up the collapsing ceiling. Little Ann held the blood sea banner and stood quietly in the water. The flames in his eye sockets flickered as he stared closely into the blood sea banner. After a while, Li Qingshan leapt out of the blood sea banner. "Haha, it's finally done." Li Qingshan finally understood just how great of a difference there was between defeating a demon commander and subduing one. If it were not for the help of little Ann's blood sea banner, he would not have been able to keep her here no matter what. He might even have been killed by her counterattack if he was not careful, although he successfully subdued her in the end, stripping her naked like last time. He obviously could not do anything inappropriate in front of little, and, moreover, all that was left of his body was white bones. Even if he wanted to do something, he would be powerless. In the blood sea banner, Helicoverb Rosa lay in the sea of blood. Her demon chi had already been completely used up. Her skin had returned to its snow-white color, and her physical strength was close to exhaustion. She could not see the surface of the sea, nor could she reach the bottom. It was as if she was in the center of the sea of blood, and the blood constantly ate away at her life force. If she were a regular demon general, she would have been reduced to a puddle of blood before long, merging with the sea of blood to strengthen the blood sea banner. As a demon commander, her body was extremely tough. Even so, she could only last a little longer. With her connection to the outside world severed, she could not even recover her demon chi. She could only walk step by step towards death. Unprecedented fear and an aura of death enveloped her. This was a feeling that she had not felt for a very long time. Being in the sea of blood, not only did her body suffer damage, her mind was greatly affected as well. It was the deep despair of the boundless sea of blood, where she could neither advance nor retreat. She used her remaining strength to howl in grief. "Lord Golden Cicada," Little Ann asked, "should I kill her?" Li Qingshan rubbed his chin, and his eyes flashed. "That's not impossible." A familiar voice immediately rang out by his ear. "Don't do it. Spare her life." "Oh, it's you. So you're called Golden Cicada. What do you have to say?" Li Qingshan's goal was to lure that voice out. He thought to himself, sure enough, the reason he cultivates in this region is closely related to Lolth. You still know my name. However, it's best if you don't let anyone else know of it. Golden Cicada's words contained a hint of warning. If you kill her, the Dragon King of the Sea will not let this matter rest. Fine, I won't kill her. Li Qingshan's reply was extremely straightforward, exceeding Golden Cicada's expectations. "Let's go," Li Qingshan called out to Little. "And wait, you're just going to leave like this?" Golden Cicada said, "I didn't say I was going to let her go. I've already spared her once, but she still won't let it go. I can't just let her kill me for nothing and destroy my weapon for nothing," Li Qingshan said matter-of-factly. Li Qingshan said like it was a matter of course. Since killing her would be troublesome, then he would just suppress her in the blood sea banner forever. However, it was very clear that as the blood continued to corrode her, her cultivation would definitely decline greatly. She might even be unable to maintain her demon commander realm. His thoughts were very straightforward. Since you want to protect me, you have to pay a price, such as the phoenix feather. Golden Cicada fell silent. Since we're on the same path, we should support each other. I promise you that I will definitely do my best to help you obtain the chant of Devanaga. To be honest, ever since we parted last time, I've encountered a pretty good opportunity. If I go back on my word with your strength, it'll be easy for you to kill me." Li Qingshan took a step further and said with extreme sincerity, "Fine, I promise you." After Golden Cicada sensed little, and by Li Qingshan's side, his indistinct sense of heavenly secrets grew stronger and stronger. He was basically certain that the chant of Devanaga would be related to Li Qingshan. Moreover, Li Qingshan's final words had also struck a chord in his heart. He only wanted to avoid trouble and entanglement underground so that he could focus on cultivation in order to break through that final step. Chapter 5:24. With the phoenix feather settled, Li Qingshan was in an extremely good mood. He smiled at Helicoverpa Rosa and said, "Lolth, whether you admit it or not, I have the strength to stand up to you. This time, for the sake of fellow Golden Cicada, I'll spare you again. You're welcome to continue challenging me." Helicoverpa Rosa could not hear the conversation between Li Qingshan and Golden Cicada. When she heard Li Qingshan say, "fellow Golden Cicada," she could not help but be surprised. "What did you call Lord Golden Cicada? Even if you didn't challenge me, I would have challenged you." Li Qingshan studied Helicoverpa Rosa's alluring figure again and laughed aloud. "The phoenix feather is right here. You and that friend beside you, come down and get it." Golden Cicada pondered for a moment. Through his investigation of the battlefield, he clearly knew that Li Qingshan had come with strong reinforcements, but he could not see Little Anne's appearance. And in his perception, he could not sense the existence of his aura. This kind of situation, even he felt that it was very strange, and a trace of curiosity arose in him. If Li Qingshan was still using the suppression of the spirit turtle to hide his aura, then Little Anne was nothingness between life and death. There was no aura that could be hidden at all. "Why?" Li Qingshan said warily. "She's very special. Don't worry, I have no ill intentions towards you. Who knows, I might even be able to help her." "All right." Seeing that there was something to gain, Li Qingshan agreed very straightforwardly. It was not that he did not have his guard up. Golden Cicada had always been rather peaceful, and he still needed him to get the chant of Devanaga. There was no reason for him to turn against him. If there really was a fatal threat on this trip, he would definitely receive a warning from the spirit turtle. For this reason, although he did not have the ability to divine all sorts of messy things, as long as it was useful in this aspect, it was enough. Under the Spider Queen's surprised and doubtful gaze, Li Qingshan unfurled his wings of wind with Xiao and flew underground. Wherever they passed by, the earth would automatically part, forming a path. Even if there were metal ores that could not be moved easily, they would not be able to move easily. He only needed to blow out a gust of wind, and sparks would fly. In the blink of an eye, a path would be drilled out. He went all the way to the depths of the underground, where there was a lake of lava. Li Qingshan had just steadied himself. His attention was immediately attracted by the golden-red feather floating above the fire lake, and he was unable to shift his gaze away. The beautiful feather was about a foot long and curved. The pattern at the end of the feather was like a big eye, emitting a bright and warm light all the time. Vast amounts of earth flame essence gathered on it. Every time it swayed, it caused the sea of fire to surge. There was no need for any comments. Li Qingshan knew that this was the legendary phoenix feather. There was no doubt about it. As the saying goes, you can tell the whole leopard by looking at one spot. Just by looking at this feather, it was as if he could imagine the noble posture of a phoenix spreading its wings and soaring. Li Qingshan immediately stepped over the fire lake and reached out to grab the phoenix feather. Just as he was about to touch it, he couldn't help but pull his hand back, like a mortal trying to grab a piece of charcoal with his bare hands, afraid of being burned. But when his fingertips touched the phoenix feather, he did not feel a burning sensation. Instead, there was an indescribable warm feeling. That kind of wonderful touch could not be described with words. Then there was a powerful aura of life. The heart of a phoenix was noble, but not arrogant. The fire of a phoenix, hot, but not hurtful. Li Qingshan held the phoenix feather in his hand, admiring it with a heart full of amazement. He could imagine how beautiful a real phoenix would be. At the same time, Golden Cicada was also observing Li Qingshan. The last time they had interacted, they had been separated by an extremely long distance. Moreover, the interference of the underground magnetic field was something that no one could ignore. So although they had interacted, his impression of Li Qingshan was still the last time Li Qingshan had come underground and revealed a trace of phoenix aura. But seeing him again this time, Golden Cicada couldn't help but be shocked, because the phoenix aura on Li Qingshan's body was extremely weak, almost non-existent. But there were 3 other enormous auras present. One was as steady as a mountain, one as fierce as the wind, and one as calm as the sea. Every single aura represented the bloodline inheritance of a powerful life form, and none of them were inferior to the phoenix. Luoxi's defeat was not unjust. She didn't even know what she was facing. Golden Cicada had never heard of such a situation. This couldn't be innate. It was an extremely rare opportunity to obtain such a powerful bloodline. There must be a huge secret on his body. A little demon that didn't even know what the 9 heavens was seriously saying that he wanted to go above the 9 heavens. It seemed like it was not out of arrogance. Although Golden Cicada didn't know of Oxen's existence, he could faintly sense that the imposing figure was standing behind Li Qingshan. Then Golden Cicada turned his attention to Little and was immediately stunned. That feeling of shock was far more intense than when Li Qingshan had seen the phoenix feather. He muttered to himself, neither alive nor dead, colorless and without self. Golden Cicada had an extremely deep connection with Buddhism, which was why Li Qingshan had gone to search for the chant of Devanaga. Now that he saw the successor of the white bone bodhisattva, how could he not be shocked? Of course, Li Qingshan and Little were still very weak, but they were like tiny seeds. Some seeds could only grow into grass, while others had the potential to grow into towering trees. Golden Cicada had originally been curious and wanted to investigate the origins of their legacies, but at this moment, he no longer had such thoughts. The person who could plant these 2 seeds was far beyond the reach of his current cultivation. If not for the fact that he had already arrived at the edge of the well and could already catch a glimpse of the world outside, he would not even be able to understand the meaning behind it. In particular, Little's body contained a kind of strange Buddhist logic that was vastly different from all the Buddhist principles he knew. It even ran counter to them, yet it formed a style of its own, making it impossible to find any mistakes. He did not dare to think too deeply about it. Not only would it not be beneficial to his cultivation, it would even be harmful. On the other side, Li Qingshan held the phoenix feather, but he was unable to draw upon the power within it. He tried to circulate the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra. In his consciousness, the phantom of the phoenix spread its wings and soared, letting out a long cry. In that instant, the phoenix feather shone brightly, enveloping Li Qingshan. Powerful life force poured into Li Qingshan's body endlessly. Li Qingshan's flesh and blood rapidly healed at a visible rate. In the blink of an eye, Li Qingshan had recovered to his original state. His scarlet hair draped down, and he clenched his fists. He felt unprecedentedly relaxed. Whether it was the hidden injuries left behind by Helicobacter pyrrhosa or the residue from ingesting pills, they were all completely cleaned up. The phoenix feather in his hand only dimmed slightly as well. Ignoring everything else, just using it as a life-saving medicine, was like gaining a few more lives. You really have gained the phoenix feather's recognition. Golden Cicada sighed. In other words, there were 4 bloodlines and 4 powers, all of which were the most powerful legacies. This recognition was extremely easy for Li Qingshan. However, if a regular person rashly used the power within the phoenix feather, they would face the danger of being incinerated by the flames. Perhaps it was because of its healing properties, or perhaps it was because the power within the phoenix feather was relatively gentle, but the spirit turtle did not react intensely. Li Qingshan was overjoyed. It was like he had found a door when he was at his wit's end. As long as he pushed it open, he would be in a whole new world. Li Qingshan asked greedily, "Then is there only one?" "Fulfill your promise as soon as possible. This is for that little friend of yours." After Golden Cicada said this, there was no more sound. A glistening golden Sarira flew out of the lake of lava and landed in Little N's hand. Li Qingshan exhaled deeply. "Don't worry. I hate owing people favors the most." Li Qingshan and Little N returned to the submerged cobweb city. Helicoverpa Rosa had already vanished. However, she was heavily injured this time. The spider webs, poisonous clothes, and poisonous whip she had weaved with great difficulty were all destroyed. It was impossible for her to come looking for trouble for the time being. By the time she recovered, Li Qingshan had already made his way to greater heights. Little and took out another snail shell. "This is Dragon Snail's shell." Li Qingshan was surprised. In his mind, Dragon Snail had always been rather mysterious, so she obviously seemed rather powerful. He never thought she would be killed by Little, and so easily. Although Dragon Snail was an expert among demon generals, Little N's strength was close to Li Qingshan's. In reality, it would not take much effort for Li Qingshan to kill Dragon Snail. Furthermore, Little N's samadhi flames of white bone had an overwhelming destructive power against the weak. Once it touched the body, only a demon commander like Helicoverpa Rosa would be able to forcefully expel it with their powerful and pure demon chi. Dragon Snail naturally did not have this strength. Thus, his soul was frozen by the samadhi flames of white bone, but his flesh and blood were ignited. He did not last long before dying. In the end, all that was left was this snail shell and a demon core. As a result, the 3 demon generals under Helicoverpa Rosa had all died at Little N's hands. Little N placed the snail shell in Li Qingshan's palm. Li Qingshan casually stuffed the snail shell into his 100 treasures pouch, but he discovered that he could not stuff it in. After careful observation, just now, he discovered that the snail shell had its own space. It was like a huge 100 treasures pouch, and there were many things stored inside. After Blood Shadow and Strong Stone died, Dragon Snail took charge of the overall situation. He specialized in ambushing powerful human cultivators. The spoils of war were rather abundant, and there were many precious spiritual herbs. Clearly, Dragon Snail was rather intelligent and had planned far ahead. Now, it had all benefited Li Qingshan. Dragon Snail might be a rare intelligent person among the demons, but he could not disobey Helicoverpa Rosa's orders, and he was no match for Little N's strength. In the face of absolute strength, intelligence often appeared powerless. This snail shell should be a good material for refining artifacts. Having resolved his greatest worry and obtained the phoenix feather of his dreams, Li Qingshan was filled with satisfaction. What he needed to do now was to find a way to completely refine this phoenix feather, fuse it with his body, and cultivate the first layer of the phoenix transformation. There was also the matter of continuing to expand the water network. If not for this water god seal, he would not have been able to do anything to Helicoverpa Rosa even if he joined forces with Little N. In fact, he might have even run out of demon chi and faced the danger of being killed instead. Li Qingshan and Little N followed the underground river upstream, returning to Moon Court Lake. However, they discovered that their underwater residence was currently being attacked. To be continued. Chapter 5:25. Li Qingshan's eyebrows immediately rose. Who had eaten the guts of a leopard and dared to cause trouble at his place? The curtain of night was dark, and dark clouds shrouded the sky. Thunder rumbled incessantly, and the world flickered between light and darkness. Amidst the interweaving lightning, a familiar figure stood in the vault of heaven. His tattered Taoist robe fluttered even though there was no wind. Lightning coiled around his body like dragons and snakes, making him look like a thunder god descending into the world. Wasn't that Zhou Tong? This old Taoist has already passed the heavenly tribulation. Li Qingshan thought to himself. He looked up into the clouds again and discovered that Zhou Tong was not alone. A soaring dragon ship had stopped in the sea of clouds. On the deck were the heads of the Bai clan, led by Lu Chongqing. The cannons shot out beams of light, causing the formation to flicker, on the verge of shattering. While Li Qingshan was refining the water mirror disc, Zhou Tong was refining the lightning slaughter wooden sword once more, finally taking that step and forming the divine thunder pearl, the so-called golden core realm. After resting for a while, the first thing he did was to take revenge. The 100 schools of thought also gained confidence when they saw a golden core realm cultivator taking the lead. They took out the flying dragon warship that the Mo clan had spent several years to build and came to help. Lu Chongqing's face flickered with the light from the lightning. He also wanted to take back his water mirror disc. He looked down at the moon court underwater dwelling anxiously, but after thinking for a moment, he said to Jichenzi, "I'll take it back. Jichenzi, looks like the moon devil really isn't here. Persuade your master to hold back after we break through the formation. Don't start a massacre." The war finally subsided, and the moon devil had the upper hand in the past. He didn't try to kill them all. It was fine if he vented his anger, but if he started a huge battle, then he might as well not take the water mirror disc. It was also because of this worry that they did not attack together. Otherwise, with the flying dragon ship's dragon roar main cannon, the moon court underwater mansion would have been destroyed long ago. Wah, Sungzan said. That's right. Even if the moon devil comes, he can't do anything to us. Have him hand over the water mirror disc and leave the moon. Clear Court Lake. Jichenzi looked troubled. This master is in high spirits right now. There's no need for you to tell me. I want to force the moon devil to come out and fight me again. All of you are not allowed to interfere. This old Taoist will beat him until he kneels and begs for mercy. If he's willing to obediently hand over the water mirror disc and scram out of Mooncourt Lake, I'll spare his life. Zhou Tong's voice boomed like thunder, reverberating back to the soaring dragon ship. Although he had a violent temper, he was able to distinguish between gratitude and grudges. He also knew that the moon devil had held back, so he was naturally unwilling to be inferior to a demon. Oxnose, you sure talk big. Whose life do you want to spare? A loud roar came from the lake. Li Qingshan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking up at the sky. His scarlet hair fluttered in the wind, looking as fierce as fire. Zhou Tong's eyes lit up. He pointed the thunder slaughter sword at Li Qingshan and roared thunderously. Monster, you finally dared to come out. You dare fight me? The lightning in the sky retracted and gathered on his body, shining brilliantly. It flickered incessantly like a sun formed from lightning. It continuously absorbed the lightning in the clouds, growing larger and larger. It could be seen from 500 kilometers away, containing a terrifying destructive power. Li Qingshan laughed loudly. I see that you don't want that broken sword in your hand anymore. Give it to me for roasting chicken. Their voices were loud and clear, shaking the heavens and earth, as if two gods were conversing with each other. Zhou Tong's expression changed as he felt the pain. What a monster! You won't give up until you see your coffin. Good old Taoist. You won't give up until you see a roasted chicken. What's so great about you cultivating to golden core? Lightning disperse. Li Qingshan suddenly extended his hands, as if he had grabbed something and tore it to the left and right. The dark clouds in the sky suddenly split apart, as if the curtains of a stage were slowly pulled open, revealing a sky full of stars and a crescent moon. The cultivators on the soaring dragon warship were all stunned, their faces pale from the moonlight. This power was unbelievably strong, not something a demon general could possess. It almost had the might of Gu Yenying when she opened up the sky battlefield in the past. Hua Sungzan said, "This is probably the power of the water god. Although the moon devil failed to overcome the heavenly tribulation, he has become stronger. This battle won't be easy." The other cultivators did not think much of it. No matter how strong the moon devil was, he was only a demon general. How could he be a match for a golden core cultivator? Zhou Tong immediately lost the timing and was unable to absorb the lightning power from the clouds. His expression turned solemn as he pointed with the thunder slaughter sword in his hand. The lightning that illuminated 500 kilometers like a blazing sun suddenly brightened, turning the world white. When they returned to their senses, a zigzagging lightning mark was left on their retinas. With such speed, who could dodge it? A huge hole had appeared on the surface of Mooncourt Lake. It was several dozen meters deep. Not only was the lake water evaporated, even the rocks below were melted. Who would be able to withstand such power? However, the instant the lightning struck, Li Qingshan dodged. Spreading his wings of wind, he turned into a scarlet streak of light and pierced into the sky. Lightning flashed so fiercely that even the cultivators on the soaring dragon warship could not keep their eyes open. No matter how fast the moon devil was, he could not be faster than lightning. No one could escape from such an attack. Furthermore, a casual strike was even stronger than the full-powered strike Zhou Tong had summoned in the past. Just a single strike was enough to determine the victor. This was the great power of a golden core cultivator. However, they soon realized that they were wrong. The moon devil's figure soared freely among the lightning. He transformed, shuttled, and soared like a divine bird fighting against lightning. Not a single bolt of lightning could hit him. Zhou Tong was shocked as well. That's impossible. Li Qingshan opened his eyes. Bolts of lightning also flickered in his eyes, but they were not the remnants of the lightning. Instead, they were from before the lightning had erupted. Otherwise, no matter how fast the wings of wind were, they would still seem slow compared to the speed of lightning. It could be said that once Zhou Tong struck, it would basically be too late for his opponent to dodge. In the past, he had to use the astral steps in order to release lightning of sufficient power. It would take quite a lot of trouble, and he could even give his opponent an opportunity to dodge beforehand. Now, a casual strike from him would possess startling power, and it would be continuous. This was the terror of lightning. Zhou Tong, who practiced the divine heaven method of lightning wielding, did indeed have the right to be proud. Although he had just undergone the second heavenly tribulation, he could probably look down on all early golden core cultivators. In a true battle of life and death, even some mid-golden core cultivators might not be his opponent. However, Li Qingshan could use the power of the spirit turtle to see that moment of future. In the blink of an eye, he approached Zhou Tong. No matter how powerful a cultivator's techniques were, the fragility of their bodies remained their greatest weakness. "Be careful, Senior Zhou. I'm waiting." Zhou Tong suddenly slammed his palm against the sun of lightning before him. Boom! In that moment, like a dance of silver snakes, countless bolts of lightning were released, weaving into a net of electricity and producing an unbelievably great rumble of thunder. Even the cultivators on the soaring dragon ship felt their heads shudder. They were dazzled. Although they knew Zhou Tong was on their side, they could not help but feel shocked. The interweaving net of electricity was a zone of death. If they were in there, only death would await them, no matter how many Foundation establishment cultivators there were. Li Qingshan had already reacted earlier, but even though he could see the trajectory of the lightning, he was unable to dodge within the dense net of electricity. Originally, he wanted to unleash the spirit turtle's profound shell to block it forcefully, but he suddenly thought of something and waved his hand. The pieces of the spirit turtle's profound shell formed a huge mirror. He unleashed both of the spirit turtle's abilities. The violent lightning landed on the mirror, but most of it was reflected. Li Qingshan stood behind the mirror, completely unscathed. He thought, this move seems to be limited in close combat, but it seems to have a wondrous effect against techniques, especially against Zhou Tong's flashing lightning. Zhou Tong immediately widened his eyes. After undergoing the second heavenly tribulation, not only had he condensed a divine lightning pearl, but the lightning slaughter sword had also become stronger after being tempered by the heavenly tribulation, yet it had been blocked so easily. Li Qingshan actually did not have it easy for him to block it. Although the reflection vaguely countered Zhou Tong's lightning, it took up a tremendous amount of his mind to maintain the mirror, which made his demon chi plummet. Normally, he could consider retreating, but he was on Mooncourt Lake, so he did not have to worry about his demon chi being depleted. Taking advantage of Zhou Tong's shock, he flew up. When he was still 30 meters away from Zhou Tong, he extended his hand. His arm suddenly swelled and extended, turning into a huge, pitch-black hand that fell towards Zhou Tong's head. Lightning erupted from Zhou Tong's body, and Li Qingshan felt like he had been stung viciously. First, there was a sharp pain, followed by a feeling of numbness that spread through his entire body. His body slowed down, but he gritted his teeth and forcefully grabbed down. A bolt of lightning flew out from between his fingers, and Zhou Tong's figure changed drastically. The lightning wove into the figure of the Lord of Thunder, wielding a hammer in one hand and an awl in the other. He had finally unleashed the ultimate move that he had never used before, but it was more fluid and clear, as if it was tangible. Zhou Tong roared out furiously. Divine might is like a prison. Lord of Thunder strikes demons. Boom! The Lord of Thunder struck the awl with the hammer, and a bolt of lightning shot out, vaguely purple. Li Qingshan knew that he definitely could not reflect this move back. With a flap of his wings of wind, he dodged in advance. The trajectory of the lightning suddenly changed, piercing the spirit turtle's profound shell viciously and striking him. Li Qingshan shuddered. In that instant, he actually lost control over his body. The wings of wind shattered, and he directly fell towards Mooncourt Lake. Boom, boom, boom. How could Zhou Tong let such a great opportunity slip by? He unfurled his wings of lightning and directly descended in pursuit. The Lord of Thunder struck the lightning hammer in its hand again and again, and bolts of violet lightning struck Li Qingshan's body. As soon as Li Qingshan gathered his demon chi, it was ripped to shreds by the lightning. His body was completely paralyzed by the lightning, leaving him unable to fight back. Clashing with Golden Court cultivators sure is dangerous. There will always be 1,000 variations. The slightest carelessness can lead to death on the spot. In Li Qingshan's body, the water god seal gave off ripple-like rings of light, reaching the edge of Mooncourt Lake in the blink of an eye. The calm lake water suddenly began to churn. Splash! A stream of water rose up from the lake, like the Milky Way flowing backwards. It rushed into the sky, turning into a colossal hand that slammed towards Zhou Tong. Chapter 526. The intense battle above Mooncourt Lake alarmed the surrounding villages and towns. In particular, the fishermen who used boats as their homes suddenly felt like they were falling. They rushed out of their cabins in fear, only to discover that the surface of the lake had suddenly dropped by a foot, and a huge hand condensed from flowing water stood in the center of the lake, holding up the sky. Grandpa Lake God is angry. Shock and fear were written all over everyone's faces. Someone called out, and everyone knelt on the ground, kowtowing. On a small stone bridge near the lake, a person floated in the air. Fu Qingjin pressed his hand against his sword and stared at him. Moon Devil, have you already changed like this? Several months ago, in late autumn, on Benevolence Island by the Lake of Dragons and Snakes, a lonely figure wielded a broken sword, sitting by the lake alone. There was no green ruins illusion, nor was there any drooping black hair. Why does that Fu Qingjin look like he's lost his mind? Hua Qinglu had come to Benevolence Island to visit a Hawkwolf guard who had been injured during a mission. She saw Fu Qingjin's figure in the distance. Yu Zijian said, "Shu, Qinglu, be quiet. Don't let him hear you." The discussion reached his ears clearly, but he did not seem to hear it at all. He stared at the broken edge of the Green Ruins sword. What was broken was not just the sword. His connection with the outside world had been broken too. The demon slayer had already become a thing of the past. Gradually, no one came to visit him anymore. The Sword Collection Palace did not punish him, nor did they summon him. Only his master sent him a message from afar. "Take care." It was a simple message, but it left him stumped no matter how he thought about it. His wounds had healed a long time ago, but he had no idea where he should go, so he stayed behind. He remained in this foreign land like a lonely soul. "You don't have a line, so how are you going to fish?" A set of footsteps approached, and a voice rang out. It was Yu Zijian. Fu Qingjin did not look back, nor did he answer. In the past, he had once believed her because of the Green Ruins sword. He and this girl shared a deep fate. Now that the sword was broken, she was just a regular girl. Without fate, no matter how one looked at her, she was just an ordinary girl. Perhaps she really had the talent to inherit the purple night sword. But what did that have to do with him? Yu Zijian thought of her past self and sighed gloomily. However, her gaze was unprecedentedly distant and calm. She asked a question, "Is the sword really that important to you?" Fu Qingjin was as silent as a rock. "Zijian, let's go." "He's here." Yu Zijian turned around and answered. Then she said to Fu Qingjin, "Someone once told me that it's difficult to have everything in life. You have to make a choice. Nothing is perfect." It was an ordinary sentence. However, it was like a streak of light had passed through Fu Qingjin's head. His hand that wielded the sword trembled slightly. With a voice that only he could hear, he muttered to himself, "I'm sorry. Nothing is perfect. Everything magnificent will eventually return to nothingness." His master's words echoed in his ears again. "Qingjin, do you know about the origins of the Green Ruins sword? Our Sword Collection Palace has a senior. My Sword Collection Palace had a senior who was originally the ruler of a kingdom. Of course, Great Xia had yet to exist back then. The 9 provinces were still filled with kingdoms. In order to deal with the threat of the enemy kingdom, the senior went out to seek help and accidentally entered the realm of immortals, obtaining an immortal's legacy. He was filled with joy, but when he left the realm of immortals, he discovered that several decades had already passed. His family and friends had all passed away, while his kingdom had already been conquered by the enemy kingdom a long time ago, reduced to ruins. He wanted revenge, but he discovered that the enemy kingdom had already been destroyed in the chaos of war. He was filled with endless melancholy, so he fused this thought into the sword. This is the sword intent contained in the Green Ruins sword. The endless prosperity will return to ruins covered in moss and vines. Fu Qingjin raised the Green Ruins sword and said gently, "Even you are no exception." The next day, Fu Qingjin left the 100 schools of thought. He passed by every city that had been destroyed in the chaos of war and imagined their past prosperity. It was like he had washed away the dust in front of him. The entire world had become different. Day after day, the Green Ruins sword remained as broken as before, but slivers of green light fused into it. This time, it was not the sigh of that senior from throughout the ages, nor was it the sigh of the past masters of the Green Ruins sword. It was his own comprehension, Fu Qingjin's. After who knew how many cities he had passed by, he finally understood that the Green Ruins sword was not actually broken. At that moment, the Green Ruins sword suddenly shone with unprecedented light. In a daze, he discovered that he was standing in the Green Ruins illusion again. A figure stood under the collapsed palace wall in the distance. He turned around and smiled faintly. He was a very dignified, middle-aged man. His appearance was very unfamiliar, but his expression was extremely familiar. The proud and melancholy expression had appeared on his face countless times in the past. Fu Qingjin smiled as well. His smile was very hearty, just like before he picked up the Green Ruins sword. From then onwards, a broken sword was added to the 10 renowned swords of the Sword Collection Palace. Zhou Tong had finally retrieved the lightning slaughter sword after so much difficulty. He was currently cultivating in seclusion in his dwelling, making preparations for his breakthrough to Golden Core. Suddenly, he felt someone touch the formation. He frowned and stepped out of the dwelling. "It's you?" Zhou Tong was already rather angry, and when he saw who it was, he became even angrier. "Fu Qingjin, what are you doing here?" Fu Qingjin opened his hand. There was a violet pill in it. Zhou Tong's anger vanished. "This is an origin spirit pill." Faced with the incoming hand, Zhou Tong snorted coldly in disdain. With a swing of the lightning slaughter sword, he turned into a bolt of lightning and pierced through the huge hand. He was no slower than Li Qingshan's wings of wind. In an instant, electricity spread through the water, illuminating the giant palm from inside out. It collapsed with a loud bang, as if a landslide had occurred. This ox nose sure is difficult to deal with after undergoing the tribulation. Li Qingshan stabilized himself and shuddered, dispersing the violet electricity. He exhaled deeply and met Zhou Tong's gaze in the sky. Their gazes clashed, and sparks seemed to flicker. Zhou Tong swooped down, with a bolt of lightning behind him. The god of thunder's illusory figure seemed unable to keep up with his speed. It was dragged behind him, revealing Zhou Tong's original appearance. Lightning twined around the lightning slaughter sword, causing this ordinary-looking wooden sword to glow with extremely sharp lightning. Li Qingshan stepped on a water dragon and rose up. He clenched his fists and gathered the power of tremors without releasing it. A circle of black cracks interweaved, seeming to be able to tear even space itself apart. His ears suddenly twitched, and he waved his hand to the side. The two passed by each other. The lightning was perfectly straight, and the water dragon was shattered. A fist-sized hole appeared in Li Qingshan's chest. He turned around and shouted again. Zhou Tong turned around. Although he was completely unharmed, his expression was not calm. "Why? Why what? You bastard, stop wasting time." On the soaring dragon ship, Lu Changqing asked in confusion, "What's wrong with Senior Zhou?" Look at the surroundings of Moon Court Lake. The Moon Devil was distracted earlier, Hua Sengzan's expression was also filled with indescribable surprise, as well as a sliver of admiration. There doesn't seem to be any changes. What distracted? Lu Changqing followed Hua Sengzan's hand and gazed into the distance. He could not see anything strange. His heart suddenly shuddered, and he came to an understanding. When the colossal hand was struck by lightning and collapsed, it smashed a great pit in Mooncourt Lake, kicking up a huge wave, several meters tall, that surged in all directions. More accurately speaking, it was no longer a wave, but a tsunami that only appeared on the ocean. Fu Qingjin's figure vanished from the small stone bridge. He stood on the dock by the lake, wielding his sword in an attempt to cut through the incoming wave, only to see the wave disperse before him. Only then did he put down the green ruins sword and look at the horizon. Under the cheers of gratitude from the mortals, Fu Qingjin became rather dazed for a moment. The villages and towns along the shore should have been reduced to a mess, but they were fine now. Clearly, the Moon Devil had diverted his attention during the clash, which was why Zhou Tong's sword had pierced through it. Everyone on the soaring dragon ship understood. They looked at one another, all experiencing an indescribable feeling. Why did you take my strike? You could have dodged it. Zhou Tong's feelings were without a doubt even deeper. He did not feel complacent at all. In the past, when he clashed with Blood Shadow, he had killed an entire city of people with a single strike of lightning. He felt rather uncomfortable about it, but under the greater cause of purging demons, he did not feel any regret. But now he had struck out for a personal grudge, yet in the end, Li Qingshan was the one who would rather take his strike, saving countless lives. Their roles seemed to have been reversed. The words purging demons no longer sounded so righteous. I'm willing. Cut the bullshit. Let's fight again. I'll take that strike as me going easy on you. Just now, Li Qingshan heard countless cries. Faced with the incoming wave, some people called out, "Save us, Grandpa Lake God," as well as the cries of children and women. With a thought, he used the water god's seal and dispersed the wave. He was not some saint. If it really were a battle to the death, where his life hung by a thread, it was impossible for him to divert his attention to the lives of mortals. However, if he only took a strike and saved several 100,000 lives, then that would make perfect sense. He did not feel like he had done anything good. Forget it. You've taken a strike from me, and our grievances will be written off. Zhou Tong was speechless. Suddenly, he let out a long sigh and turned into a flash, flying through the air on his sword and arriving on the soaring dragon ship. Sir Lu, there's nothing to gain from this battle. I will find a way to compensate you for the water mirror disc. If the battle continued and Li Qingshan became injured for the sake of the people on the shore, he really would not be able to afford to be humiliated like that. At the end of the day, it was not like he was the Marquis of Rui. What did the Moon Devil occupying a region of water to cultivate have to do with him? Having reached Golden Core, he had already leapt out of the chessboard. There was no need for him to care about anyone's feelings anymore. As for the expressions of the people at the very top, regular people would not be able to see them even if they wanted to. As you wish, Senior. Lu Changqing clasped his hands before giving an order. The soaring dragon ship turned around and flew towards the 100 schools of thought. Basically, everyone let out a sigh of relief. The strength that Li Qingshan had demonstrated was far too startling. It was basically enough for him to contend against Golden Core cultivators, and he had the geographical advantage. Probably even Zhou Tong might not be able to defeat him. This was not necessarily the best outcome. From today onwards, there would not be a single cultivator in the Clear River Prefecture who would think about declaring war against the Moon Devil anymore. This is ridiculous. Li Qingshan rubbed his chin. Demon chi surged, and the wound on his chest rapidly healed. Compared to the battle against Helicoverpa Rosa, it was nothing. Suddenly, He sensed a familiar aura. His gaze shifted, and his gaze became extremely sharp. He saw the green figure on the pier, with a single glance. Fu Qingjin. Chapter 527. The wings of wind fluttered high into the air. The fierce wind carved out a long trail on the surface of the lake, arriving before Fu Qingjin in the blink of an eye and kicking up a huge wave. Fu Qingjin squinted his eyes slightly. The splashes dispersed, revealing Li Qingshan's figure with drifting scarlet hair. Everyone on the soaring dragon ship looked over from afar. Isn't that Fu Qingjin? The moon devil is so powerful. Regular Foundation establishment cultivators aren't his opponent at all. It'll be terrible if a disciple of the Sword Collection Palace dies here. I've been waiting for you. Li Qingshan smiled viciously. He strode forward and threw a punch. Fu Qingjin did not dodge. He only said 3 words indifferently. The fist stopped before him, and the fierce wind blew up his hair. I've lost. What did you say? Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow in great surprise. He studied Fu Qingjin closely, and only then did he discover how he had changed. Although his appearance and attire had not changed much, he seemed like a completely different person in his eyes. The change in his bearing could not be described with words. If he had to describe it, his usual air of pretentiousness had vanished. His sighing gaze became clear and determined. I'm not your opponent. You've won this game of chess. When Li Qingshan dispersed the surging wave with a wave of his hand, Fu Qingjin knew he had lost, and it was not just a matter of strength. What the hell are you two doing? Didn't I just casually spare the lives of a few mortals? Is it worth all this fuss? Li Qingshan pulled back his fist. He could not help but feel, I haven't even used my strength. You're all going to collapse. How laughable. A demon still has a sliver of benevolence. What have I done all this time? Fu Qingjin said in a self-deprecating manner. Once he broke free from the influence of the Green Ruin's sword and looked back at everything he had done, he found it absurd. He was like a child who had been influenced by an adult. She tried to imitate the mature tone of an adult, but lost the most important trace of childishness. Feeling a sudden gust of wind, Fu Qingjin came back to his senses. A fist ruthlessly smashed into his face. He spun and flew out, smashing through several walls. Only then did he come to a stop. I don't know what you're talking about, but I feel much better. Li Qingshan clenched his fists and turned to walk towards Moon Court Lake. Fu Qingjin lay miserably in a pile of broken bricks and tiles. He looked at the starry night sky and said softly, "Thank you." Li Qingshan's footsteps came to a halt. As soon as Fu Qingjin's voice fell, he turned into a red shadow and swept over. You're welcome. With a loud bang, Li Qingshan stomped on Fu Qingjin's chest, immediately creating a huge pit. Rubble flew everywhere. Fu Qingjin coughed up a mouthful of blood and stared into Li Qingshan's eyes. He raised his right hand and pointed at the sky. North Moon, your troubles are coming. As if I need you to tell me that. Li Qingshan obviously understood. When one side admitted defeat, it would be the end of the chessboard. There would no longer be any rules that could stop the experts from taking action. His actions of refining the water must have touched a certain person's bottom line. They would not just let it go like this. When he held a great advantage, he did not press the attack. He didn't take advantage of his victory to pursue his opponent. He wanted to extend this game of chess a little longer and fight for more room for development. Now that Zhou Tong had given up and Fu Qingjin had admitted defeat, the game could no longer continue. Li Qingshan's expression sharpened. Then I might as well kill you and avoid any future troubles. What good would that do you? Fu Qingjin smiled. He personally believed he was not Moon Devil's opponent, but after comprehending the true Green Ruin's sword intent, he still had ways to protect himself. Moreover, since he was bold enough to come to Mooncourt Lake, he obviously had made ample preparations. A bolt of lightning flickered on the horizon and thunder rumbled. Zhou Tong said, "Moon Devil, release him." "You." Li Qingshan looked at Zhou Tong, then at Fu Qingjin, in thought. Zhou Tong had a fiery temper. He had never had a good impression of Fu Qingjin, so why would he specially come to his rescue at a time like this? And from Zhou Tong's expression, he did not seem willing either. There was a hint of reluctance. Fu Qingjin said, "Senior Zhou has already agreed to become a guest elder of our Sword Collection Palace." Becoming a guest elder of the Sword Collection Palace came with great benefits, but there were basically no obligations. Even the master of the Sword Collection Palace could not order him around. There was only one condition, and that was when the Sword Collection Palace faced life-threatening danger. They had to provide assistance. However, for a large sect of sword cultivators with a deeply rooted foundation like the Sword Collection Palace, they probably would not run into trouble like this even once in several thousand years. Coupled with the extremely precious Origin Spirit Pill, there was no reason for Zhou Tong to turn down these conditions. The Sword Collection Palace would not lose out either. If Zhou Tong ascended in the future or died in battle, the lightning slaughter sword with great potential would definitely remain on the Sword Collection peak. Perhaps it would become another 10 renowned swords in the future. Their deeper objective was that the successor of the Violet Cloud sword, Yu Zijian, would be able to join the Sword Collection Palace legitimately. Now that the game of chess had reached this step, Fu Qingjin had admitted defeat, but the Sword Collection Palace had not lost. Li Qingshan frowned before easing up. He had obtained everything he wanted from this game of chess. He had obtained a region of water that he could use as a foundation, and he had reached the 4th layer of the 3 transformations of the ox, tiger, and turtle. He had also found a rudimentary method. Now that you mention it, I do want to try it. Li Qingshan smiled viciously. His right foot suddenly turned into a hoof, stomping down violently. Demon Qi surged, turning into the power of tremors. Fu Qingjin shone with rings of green light, enveloping Li Qingshan's hoof and covering it in a layer of moss. He only felt his power, Demon Qi, and tremors all disperse. Clang! He drew the Green Ruin's sword from its sheath. Only half of the broken sword remained, and he swung it gently. The bladeless sword left behind a patch of moss on Li Qingshan's chest. A feeling of powerlessness immediately seeped in. Li Qingshan snorted coldly. He opened his mouth and spat out a gust of wind, which struck the green light around Fu Qingjin. Sure enough, it rapidly collapsed and dispersed, but his gust of wind was endless. In the blink of an eye, a layer of green light thinned. No matter how deep Fu Qingjin's comprehension of the Green Ruin sword was, no matter how profound and powerful the Green Ruin sword was, it could not change the fact that he was a Foundation establishment cultivator. It was impossible for him to outlast Li Qingshan, who was supported by Mooncourt Lake. With a flash of lightning, the lightning slaughter sword cut through the gust of wind. On the dock, scarlet hair drifted through the air, green light crisscrossed, and lightning flickered. The 3 of them clashed, but they all held back. Otherwise, they could reduce the small city by the lake to a pile of rubble with just a few techniques or abilities. However, a while later, like a streak of green light, the lightning followed close behind, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Li Qingshan did not pursue them. After a moment of thought, he turned around and dove into Mooncourt Lake. Returning to the Mooncourt dwelling, Yi Liusu, her sister, and the night roamers immediately came up to receive him. Li Qingshan comforted them before arriving in the small lake on the island. He picked up the water mirror disc and gazed at the reflection in the mirror. He could vaguely sense danger approaching. He needed to increase his strength as quickly as possible. Only then could he protect this dwelling. No, continue expanding the territory. Perhaps he should go back and investigate the situation. He wanted to see how the Rui commandery would respond and whether they would send people to make trouble. If the Rui commandery did something, they would definitely get him, the Scarlet Hawk commander, to cooperate. Know thyself, know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. However, after some thought, Li Qingshan did not hurry back. That would be far too much of a coincidence. Even if the Rui commandery had responded, it would not be so fast. Thinking like that, Li Qingshan sat down in the lake again and took out the water god seal. Although the territory of water could provide water spiritual qi endlessly, it still required time for it to form strand by strand. After the intense battle with Helicoverpa rosa, the water spiritual qi in the territory of water had already become much thinner. If he channeled all the remaining water spiritual qi into the spirit turtle's demon core, it would only be a drop in the bucket. Demon cultivation had always been extremely taxing on spiritual qi, let alone the fact that he practiced such a powerful innate ability. The power of a demon core would become stronger the further he cultivated, but it would also become more difficult to cultivate. Breaking through to the 5th layer of the spirit turtle was not something that could be achieved overnight. Coupled with the lack of suitable pills, demon cultivation would definitely enter a period of stagnation. If that was the case, he would instead be better off changing directions. Li Qingshan focused his attention on his sea of qi. The spiritual qi there had already become much more abundant than when he had just established a foundation. He had been practicing this cultivation method for around 2 years now. Although he did not pay too much attention to it, he had never stopped cultivating. Even when he was in secluded cultivation and in a meditative state, he would split some of his attention to practicing this cultivation method. In reality, the amount of time and effort he spent on it was no less than regular cultivators, and the effects could be described as much better. However, going from early foundation establishment to mid-foundation establishment could not be crossed so easily either. It required talent, it required resources, and it required comprehension. Even if he spent a decade on these 3 things together, it would not be surprising. However, Li Qingshan just happened to have this opportunity. His talent as a cultivator had always been relatively high. However, even the creator of this cultivation method would not have imagined that someone in the future would have such a high level of talent. After reaching the 4th layer, Li Qingshan's body possessed the presence of the spirit turtle's bloodline. His talent with the water spiritual qi was so great that many aquatic beasts paled in comparison. Using it on a cultivator was basically overkill. Talent was not a problem. Li Qingshan put his hands together and pressed the water god seal on his lower abdomen. The water god seal, which was already in between reality and illusion, fused into his sea of qi in his dantian and began to continuously gather water spiritual qi. The remaining water spiritual qi in the water was like a drop in the bucket, but it was more than enough for cultivation. Compared to demonic cultivators, human cultivators consumed much less resources. Moreover, he was not going to break through a major realm, and he had 2 years of cultivation as a base. Resources were also a small matter. The last thing was comprehension. This was probably a huge problem for all cultivators, and the so-called bottleneck often referred to this word. Thinking about how Hua Sengzan was a genius of his generation and had the resources of his family, he was stuck at the 10th layer of qi refinement for the sake of love. He could not break through for many years, and in the end, he had almost painstakingly reached the foundation establishment realm. From this, one could see the importance of comprehension. M. Chapter 5:28. If cultivation was likened to fetching water, then talent was equivalent to a bucket. The larger the bucket was, the fewer trips it would take. Resources were like water. If the water could not fill the bucket, then it would be a waste of talent. And the final objective of all of this was to fill the bucket with water. Insufficient comprehension was equivalent to an incomplete bucket. No matter how much water one fetched, it would be useless. When it came to comprehension, it didn't depend on one's intelligence, but on one's perception. If he could comprehend it, then he could comprehend it. If he could not, then he could not comprehend it. It would be useless no matter what others said. Li Qingshan's ability to comprehend obviously could not be regarded as great. At the very least, it was nowhere close to Little Anne's. However, comprehending the Tao also depended on luck. He had his own luck, which was this vast Mooncourt Lake. As the god of Mooncourt Lake, he could obviously understand the feeling of the boundless ocean slightly. That was enough. Talent, resources, and comprehension. He had all three establishing his foundation. However, the arts of the boundless ocean had another difficulty. It was a rare cultivation method that cultivated both qi and the body. If he did not temper his body, it would be very difficult for him to use ocean wielding, which would make it difficult for him to unleash the true power of the arts of the boundless ocean. Li Qingshan's body had already reached the realm of demon commanders, so he obviously did not have these concerns. He circulated the arts of the boundless ocean again and again, and the spiritual qi in his sea of qi gradually increased until it was full. His sea of consciousness rippled. As a result, after who knew how long, there was a rumble in his head. Li Qingshan had finally reached the fifth layer of the arts of the boundless ocean, reaching mid-foundation establishment. He opened his eyes and felt his soul sense become clearer and more sensitive, while the spiritual qi in his body had become more and more vast. It's time for me to go back and take a look. Li Qingshan called Little Anne. He used the invisibility technique and quietly rushed back to the Chain Mountain range. The Chain Mountains were covered in silver. Opposite Qing Zhao's dwelling was a perilous mountain as well. On the opposite side of Qing Zhao's cave, there was also a perilous peak. On a protruding rock, a figure was sitting cross-legged. Yu Zijian was covered in snow. However, her eyes were just as determined as before. The news that Zhou Tong had become a guest elder of the Sword Collection Palace spread through the 100 schools of thought as well. Although there were many Taoist disciples, Zhou Tong only brought her along. Zhi still had to be the head of the school of Taoism. Even if he wanted to go, the Sword Collection Palace might not necessarily want him. She became the object of everyone's envy. Not only did she have a powerful Aurus core cultivator as her master, but she could also directly join one of the strongest sects in the Qing province. It was as if she was doted on by thousands of people, and she had a meteoric rise. However, she did not immediately happily follow Zhou Tong to the Sword Collection Palace. Instead, she left the 100 schools of thought and arrived before the dwelling. He didn't even knock on the door. He just sat there for 5 days. Countless rumors and slanders were flying around, but she didn't care at all. She wanted to wait for him to come out of seclusion, waiting for an answer. Fu Qingjin urged her to go to the Sword Collection Palace as soon as possible, but she refused. Hua Qinglu wanted to wait with her, but she chased her away. Zhou Tong also let her be like this, and was not anxious at all. Zijian, what are you doing here? The formation twisted, and the door to the dwelling swung open loudly. Li Qingshan stepped out of the dwelling and asked in surprise, He knew that Yu Zijian going to the Sword Collection Palace with Zhou Tong was already set in stone, so he had no intention of stopping her. This was her fortuitous encounter, or perhaps it was fate. Seeing Li Qingshan, Yu Zijian's heart shuddered. She stood up slowly, and with a flash of white light, the snow on her melted, turning into coiling white smoke. She asked straightforwardly, "May I ask if you're Niu Juxia?" "Of course not." Li Qingshan sighed inside. Before he knew it, the ignorant and kind-hearted girl had also developed such a determined gaze. However, her answer was extremely decisive. By now, there was no longer a need for Niu Juxia to exist anymore. He would just become a memory in her mind. Yu Zijian smiled complacently. She smiled like a little fox that had managed to steal a chicken. It was slightly pure, but also slightly relieved. It made Li Qingshan think about the first time he met her many years ago. He frowned. "Don't tell me. There's something wrong with me? My acting should be flawless." When Yu Zijian raised her right hand from behind her, Li Qingshan immediately understood. The Xieji's horn flickered in her hand. "Liar!" Li Qingshan rubbed his nose and lowered his head with a bitter smile. All these years of lying had been exposed all at once. He really was rather embarrassed. Yu Zijian's eyes trembled. Suddenly, she flew over and hugged Li Qingshan. "I'm going. No matter who you are, no matter what you've done, I believe you're a good person." Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. Her thoughts were no longer as simple as before a long time ago. Through his identity as Niu Juxia, she could connect far too many things. However, she did not say anything, nor did she ask. "Go. Do what you want to do. Be the person you want to be. Don't be afraid of pain. Don't be afraid of sacrifice. As long as you reach high enough and far enough, there will be a day when we can meet again." Li Qingshan patted her back before pushing her away gently. "Yep, definitely." Yu Zijian backed away and glanced at Li Qingshan deeply again before turning around and flying off, vanishing into the boundless snow. Li Qingshan actually felt slightly melancholic. He smiled to himself and returned to the cavern. He rubbed little Anne's head. "We need to prepare to set off as well. I wonder if Qiongji has succeeded with Foundation establishment." "Greetings, Commander." "Commander, you've returned." Li Qingshan arrived at the Hawkwolf Guard in Clear River City. The Hawkwolf Guards he saw along the way all bowed towards him. Their gazes were rather surprised at first, followed by shock. After Li Qingshan had passed by, they just now whispered, "Am I seeing things? That aura is mid-Foundation establishment." That's right. I think so too. How long has it been since he reached Foundation establishment? Looks like the commander is also the type of person who hides his talent. In the past, there were still people who were dissatisfied with Li Qingshan slacking off, but his cultivation speed was enough to shut them all up. Afterwards, they would be filled with admiration. What was a cultivator? The most important word was cultivation. As long as they could progress with godlike speed, nothing else mattered. Li Qingshan arrived upstairs and saw Hua Qinglu standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in melancholy. He could not help but light up. Hua Qinglu had indeed inherited the good bloodline of the Hua family. Her slightly furrowed brows made him feel like he was holding her heart. He made his way over and smiled. "Girl, what are you thinking about? Where's your elder brother?" "Commander, you've already reached mid-Foundation establishment." Hua Qinglu looked back and was also surprised. "Girl, you sure are becoming more and more lively." "What girl? Lively?" Hua Qinglu curled her lip. She did not agree with Li Qingshan's description. Although Li Qingshan was already a Foundation establishment cultivator, he did not put on any airs, so she was more than happy to get close to him. Don't forget that I come from the village. It's a pity that I already have your sister Han, or I'd like to buy some betrothal gifts and ask for her hand in marriage from the Hua family. Hua Chunlu reddened slightly. Commander, don't talk nonsense. Did you know? Sister Han has already reached Foundation establishment. What? Where's she right now? Li Qingshan said in surprise and joy. He had never worried about Han Qiongji's safety. Foundation establishment, as the name suggested, was just laying down a foundation for cultivation. Normally speaking, it would not be too dangerous, not to mention the fact that she had someone as powerful as Han Ongwa watching over her. However, when he heard that she had succeeded, he still let out a sigh of relief. One of his worries had been resolved. She's still in the Rui Commandery, remaining in Commander Gu's hands as a white wolf. Her position is even higher than yours. That's good. Li Qingshan nodded before suddenly turning around and leaving. Commander, where are you going? The Rui Commandery, obviously. Li Qingshan said like it was a matter of course. In the past, she had been in secluded cultivation, while he could not leave the Clear River Prefecture. Now that he was no longer bound by this, he obviously had to reunite with her. Hold on, Qingshan, you've emerged. Sure enough, you've improved by quite a lot again. Hua Sengzan also sensed Li Qingshan's aura. When he came out to take a look, he could not help but feel a sense of helplessness. Ever since he met Li Qingshan, he had never stopped advancing. If this continued, reaching Golden Core would not be difficult at all. Li Qingshan smiled. I was just lucky. I think you're almost there too. Hua Sengzan had always been a genius. He had reached Foundation establishment a few years earlier than Li Qingshan. In the past, he had been trapped by love, stuck at Qi practitioner for many years. However, he had forged his foundation to the limit and was about to break through. Luck has never been a factor in cultivation, though you've missed out on another good show. Really? Tell me about it. Li Qingshan feigned curiosity. As a result, Hua Sengzan told him everything that had happened in the Clear River Prefecture ever since he entered secluded cultivation. It's best not to watch too much of a show like this. I didn't expect the Moon Demon to have already become so powerful. If he goes berserk, it will be quite dangerous. I definitely won't go to Mooncourt Lake before I reach the Golden Core realm. All right, I'm leaving. I'll have to trouble Vice Commander Hua to continue working hard. Li Qingshan patted Hua Sengzan's shoulder and was just about to leave. Chapter 529. Hua Sengzan hurriedly said, Qingshan, this is Songsoft Academy's head one. They will come when the time comes. Give me all the information on that monster. Li Qingshan could not help but praise. What a meticulous mind. 4 Golden Core cultivators against a demon general, 4 against 1, and even carefully studying the opponent's information. There was not a trace of arrogance or conceit. Such an attitude in itself was rather frightening. It was fine if they did not attack, but once they did, they would definitely kill. Hua Sengzan said, Senior, please follow me. Before when Zheng Ming left, he lectured Li Qingshan again. You are in charge of politics. Since you are the Scarlet Hawk commander, how can you only care about yourself and ignore the righteous path of the world? You are to blame for the demon's chaos. Li Qingshan said, the world's affairs are handled by the people of the world. Now that the war has finally been quelled, the common people can live and work in peace and rebuild their homes. If Senior did not want to take revenge for your disciple, why would you lower yourself to come here? However, I wonder how many families by Clearcourt Lake will suffer once the war begins. You are not worth my time. The world will not be at peace if the demons are not eliminated. How can you only care about what's in front of you? When Zheng Ming said angrily, Li Qingshan smiled. Well said, senior. However, my words carry little weight, and my cultivation is weak. Going to Mooncourt Lake would be suicide. Since senior is so righteous, please go to Inxi to slay dragons. I am willing to carry the flag for senior. In other words, you are just bullying the Moon Devil because he is only a demon general. You talk about slaying demons, but if you really meet an opponent you cannot defeat, you will still have to shrink back. If you dare to go to the Dragon King of the Sea and risk your life, I dare to accompany you. However, at a critical moment, he would definitely shout, Lord Dragon King, don't shoot. We're on the same side. Wen Zhengming was even more furious. A mere foundation establishment cultivator actually dared to speak to him like that. Suppressing his anger, he snorted coldly and left with a flick of his sleeves. Li Qingshan had wanted to follow him to take a look and learn more. This was a matter of life and death. However, he gave up after some thought. It was the same whether he understood them or not. No matter how they attacked, Li Qingshan only had one response, which was to unleash the forbearance of the spirit turtle. He used the move Spirit Tortoise Retracts to deal with the myriad of changes by remaining unchanged. With his current strength, it would be difficult for him to deal with a Golden Core Realm cultivator. If he were to deal with 4 at once, he would definitely lose. Even if he wanted to escape, he might not be able to. A battle that he would definitely lose was naturally meaningless. Hua Qinglu whispered, Commander, you don't even know him? Senior Wen is one of the 4 great grandmasters of Confucianism in our Rui commandery. The 4 grandmasters of the Confucian sect. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. He had vaguely heard of this name before. Who are the 4? Hua Qinglu gave him an explanation. It turned out that when Zhengming was the weakest of the 4 great masters of the Confucian sect, he was only at the early Golden Core stage, while the other 3 were at the mid-Golden Core stage. I didn't expect Her Highness to send the 4 of them to attack together. The Moon Devil will definitely die this time. The Rui commandery was only a commandery, but its actual size was even larger than the entirety of China. They truly lived up to the title of Grandmaster. That's not necessarily true, thought Li Qingshan. He said to Hua Qinglu, All right, I understand. I'll be taking my leave first. If you want to return to the 100 schools of thought, I can accompany you. Commander, this is a major matter that has to do with our Clear River Prefecture. How can you leave? Li Qingshan laid out his hands. I'm just a measly foundation establishment cultivator. What right do I have to interfere with something as major as this? The sky wants to rain, and my mother wants to get married. What can I do? Hua Qinglu burst into laughter. What mother wants to get married? Oh, right, Commander. It's not like there's no way you can see Big Sister Han. Oh, what way? There's actually a place like this in the Hawkwolf Guard. Li Qingshan stood in a room covered in inscriptions. Hua Qinglu explained, This is the secret report room. It's specially used to contact the white silver guards of the commandery city at crucial times. There were various rooms in the Hawkwolf Guard, all with different duties. During the last handover, Li Qingshan had only gained a rough understanding of a few of the more important places. He had only skimmed through the other places in a hurry. He had no idea that Wang Puxi had once reported the existence of the North Moon to Gu Yenying with Chu Danqing. I see. Commander, have a good chat with Big Sister Han. I'll be leaving first. Hua Qinglu guided Li Qingshan to place the spiritual stones before backing out. The inscriptions flashed, and the figure of an attendant in black appeared in the room. He said politely, What are your orders, sir? Li Qingshan sucked in a deep breath. He was actually slightly nervous. Please send Han Qiongji to see me. Before long, a figure appeared before Li Qingshan, but it was not Han Qiongji. Gu Yenying said, Leisurely, Little bro Qingshan, long time no see. How have you been? Commander Gu. Li Qingshan was taken aback. This was the woman of his dreams that he had fallen in love with at first sight. Although she was only an illusion, he did not find her unreachable. He replied with a smile, I'm fine. Outside Qingyang City, probably none of us ever thought we'd meet under this identity one day. Gu Yenying sighed, slightly. Originally, she only thought Li Qingshan was slightly special, but she never expected him to grow to such a level, and grow so quickly. As a demon general, he could actually clash with a golden core cultivator, forcing the Sword Collection Palace to temporarily give up on investigating the soaring dragon elder's death. Yeah, I didn't expect that. Li Qingshan also sighed. Oh, right, Commander Gu. Is Qiongji in the Rui Commandery? Can you send her to see me? Are you really that impatient? Gu Yenying said with a forced smile. Of course not. If Commander Gu doesn't mind, I'm more than willing to chat with you for 3 days and 3 nights. Great Scholar Win is with you, right? Yep. It's best if you warn him. That person from the Ink Sea won't just sit by and watch this rising star of the demons, allowing them to execute and kill him whenever they want. Li Qingshan was taken aback. He thought to himself, so, I'm part of an organization too, and I'm some rising star of the demons. In this game of chess, he was without a doubt the one who stood out the most. He had directly influenced the course of the war. In the end, he clashed with Zhou Tong. Although it was not an actual battle, it was extremely shocking. This chess piece that even the chess players were rather surprised by obviously attracted the attention of various parties. As a result, the Marquis of Rui had sent out for grandmasters right from the get-go. At the same time, he had laid an ambush with many other backup plans, precisely to kill him, a genius of the demons. However, just like what Gu Yenying had said, would the Dragon King of the Sea just let them do that? Li Qingshan came to a realization. He felt like the situation was not as bad as it seemed. He had never thought this through because he had fallen out with his superior, who knew how many times they had fought on and off the bed. He had never hoped that Helicoverpa would help him out in the future. But thinking about it from a different perspective, his conflict with Helicoverpa was only an internal conflict. Once human cultivators invaded, wouldn't she understand the principle of being interdependent? As it seemed, I can contact her again. At most, I'll just sell my body again. And the Sir Golden Cicada in the underground magma should be an important figure of the demons too. Now that he had returned, he had to properly investigate his identity and origins. In the cultivation community, there had never been a nameless expert. The more powerful a figure was, the more profound their traces would be in history. As Li Qingshan pondered, Gu Yenying smiled and dispersed. Before long, a familiar figure appeared before Li Qingshan. Qingshan. Han Qiongji's voice trembled slightly. As soon as she said that, the corner of her eyes became slightly moist. Qiongji. Li Qingshan took a step forward and wanted to hold her in his arms. His hand passed through the illusion and realized that what was in front of him was not real. He could not help but laugh. His nose also felt a little sour. How long has it been? For years? 5 years? Even for cultivators, it was not a short time. Even if she had 1,000 words to say, she did not know where to start. She could only look at him, silently. Li Qingshan suddenly smiled and said, "Have you prepared the dowry?" "Not a single penny." Han Qiongji bit her lips. She looked like she wanted to cry and laugh at the same time. He still remembered their engagement. This is all the information on the Moon Devil. His body is so strong that it is probably close to the level of a demon commander. With the support of the gods' seal, the amount of his demon aura, and his recovery speed are probably even higher than that of a demon commander. and his innate supernatural power is not like that of ordinary demon generals, who only have two. It might be more than 4 or even 5, especially the pair of wind wings on his back. His flying speed is even faster and faster. Hua Sungzan took out all the information on the Moon Devil and explained and analyzed it. He roughly outlined Li Qingshan's strength and weaknesses. When Zhengming nodded and listened very seriously, when Hua Sungzan finished, he asked, "What about his temperament?" You have interacted with him many times. What is his temperament like? Is he cautious or arrogant? Is he cunning or brave? The art of war says that attacking the city is inferior, attacking the heart is superior. Not only did Wen Zhengming want to understand Li Qingshan's strength, he also wanted to understand his temperament so that he could formulate some targeted strategies. His attitude was as serious as if he was studying. The hatred of his disciples' death did not affect his judgment at all. Hua Sungzan said, "This, I'm afraid it's hard to say." Chapter 5:30. Li Qingshan and Han Qiongji caught up with each other and agreed on a time to meet again. Just now, she left the room reluctantly with a smile on her face. At the same time, one Zhengming left the Hawkwolf Guard and took off into the horizon. A cloud hovered in the sky above Clear River City. If a bored person stared at it for a prolonged period of time, they would discover that it was not like regular clouds drifting with the wind. When Zhengming passed through the layers of clouds, a huge soaring dragon ship stopped in the clouds. The deck was filled with Confucian disciples in scholarly robes. There were over a dozen Foundation establishment cultivators among them, but none of them spoke. Everyone's gaze landed on the bow of the ship, where 3 men dressed in Confucian robes stood facing the wind. Seeing Wen Zhengming coming over, a white-clothed scholar called out loudly, "Junior apprentice brother Wen, how was the investigation?" "Don't worry, senior brothers. I've already come up with a plan. The commandery governor's explanation and Shanqing's blood feud can all be put to an end." You ask Golden Cicada. I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. It sounds rather familiar. Ru Xin twirled her fingers through her hair as she sank into her thoughts. However, no matter how serious her expression was, it would always seem rather playful. She was standing in front of a medicine cabinet. Behind her was a tall medicine cabinet with drawers of all sizes. A strong medicinal fragrance mixed with a refreshing and bitter smell. As she thought, she controlled a medicinal cauldron, brewing something carefully. From time to time, she would wave her hand, and a drawer would open and a few pills would fly out. Li Qingshan stared at her dazed face and became slightly absent-minded as well. Ru Xin returned to her senses. As if she had just seen Li Qingshan, she asked, "What are you doing here?" Li Qingshan shot a glance at her. Hurry up and think." Ru Xin smiled. "If I've guessed correctly, you're asking about a demon, right?" "Possibly. Then that's probably it. I didn't think. Hurry up and tell me." Ru Xin spread out her hand and crooked her finger. Li Qingshan handed over a sum of spirit stones as a fee for the information. She smiled and said, "Have you heard of the 72 paths of demon kings?" At the same time, in the endless darkness of the underground palace, 8 eyes flickered with fluorescence. It exuded a deep and dangerous aura. A black shadow approached without any hesitation. It was even thicker than the darkness. "Mou, what are you doing here?" Helicover Rosa's voice came from the darkness. "I'm here on the orders of the Dragon King. We're here to support you," a lifeless voice said. "I don't need it." Helicover Rosa was somewhat surprised. As the most trusted demon commander of the Dragon King of the Sea, Mou's relationship with the Dragon King of the Sea was that of master and disciple. He was equivalent to the crown prince of the entire Green Province's demon race. His cultivation had already reached the peak of demon commander. It would not be a problem for him to deal with 3 to 5 ordinary golden core cultivators alone. However, it was precisely because of his esteemed status and powerful strength that he rarely showed himself. Most of the time, he focused on cultivating in the Ink Sea. He would not attack at all. Furthermore, the Dragon King of the Sea did not lack manpower. It was rather strange that he had been sent here. There's a demon called North Moon among your subordinates. He seems to be very impressive. Tell him to come see me. You're the Dragon King's envoy. Li Qingshan studied MOU. He saw that his appearance was nothing special, but there was a deathly paleness to him. He wore pitch-black wings that were like the dark night, giving off a deep sense of inauspiciousness. This inauspiciousness was so profound. As a result, the spirit turtle reacted and warned Li Qingshan to keep his distance. However, the powerful aura he gave off was enough for Li Qingshan to be certain that he was a powerful ally. You killed Dragon's Nail, MOU said expressionlessly. It was clearly a question, but there was no fluctuation in his voice at all. It was like he was reading a eulogy. Yes. Li Qingshan frowned. He glanced past MOU and at Helicoverpa in the cavern. There was a terrifying spider there that could wake people up from their nightmares and scare them to death. You dare to defy the commandment that demons are not allowed to kill one another. He wants to kill me, so I can't let him do as he pleases. If it weren't for the king's orders, I would kill you right now. MOU's voice was still pale and stiff, as if he was narrating a fact. He exuded a strong confidence that if I want to kill you, you have to die. To an existence at the peak of the demon commander realm, a demon general, even a very talented rising star of the demon race, was nothing. You can try. Li Qingshan laughed, instead of getting angry. You want me to try? Apart from that instant, when their eyes met in the very beginning, MOU had never looked at Li Qingshan again. Now, he turned around and stared at Li Qingshan with his dark, empty eyes. In that instant, Li Qingshan also sensed a shuddering aura of death. However, he became even more unconcerned as he sneered. He sensed, for some reason, that this powerful reinforcement from Ink Sea held great prejudice and enmity against him. Even his blank, paper-like face could not hide it. Li Qingshan stared straight into his eyes. Yes, you really are used to speaking arrogantly. Looks like you're very confident and don't need my help. I don't need anyone's help, Li Qingshan said boldly. Since MOU was clearly unhappy with him, he would not use his passionate love to stick to the cold shoulder and ask for help. MOU smiled. First, the corners of his lips curled up, and then they pulled into a shocking arc. It was like a strange smile drawn on a mask. The ominous feeling grew heavier and heavier. He looked at Li Qingshan as if he was pronouncing a sentence. You will die. The black feather robe suddenly opened. There was no body inside, only darkness that twisted and collapsed like a black hole. It sucked MOU in, twisted, shrank, and disappeared. Li Qingshan had thought that he could enjoy the shade under a large tree, but now he felt as if he had eaten a fly. He no longer thought about joining forces with Helicoverpa and turned to leave. He did not believe that without the Dragon King of the Sea, he, Li Qingshan, would not be able to survive. Having grown up in solitude, he had never thought of completely relying on anyone. Do you know why MOU views you with such hostility? Helicoverpa walked out of the cave, returning to her human form. She smiled seductively and was in a very good mood. She was wearing a poison robe, but it was clearly much cruder than the one she had worn when fighting Li Qingshan. Of course, it's because of your kind words. No, since you've obtained Lord Golden Cicada's approval, I can't be bothered to use such methods to frame you. Helicoverpa Rosa swayed her hips and hooked her arms around Li Qingshan's neck. You just think it's embarrassing. Li Qingshan smiled and suddenly wrapped his arms around her waist. Hugging such an exquisite and sexy body should have been an extremely comfortable thing, but the places he touched were immediately paralyzed by the poison and began to spread. However, it was clear that he had not had enough time to refine it, so the poison was not particularly fierce. Helicoverpa Rosa's expression stiffened. Li Qingshan had hit the nail on the head. A demon commander had to join forces with others in order to deal with a demon general under his command, but was killed in the end. To her, it was a deep humiliation. She touched Li Qingshan's face and said viciously, "I will kill you with my own hands. If Mo takes action, you will be turned into ashes before I even get a chance." Then why? Li Qingshan was curious. He had never met Mo before, so there was no hatred between them. "Have you forgotten what you said when you were fighting Fu Qingjin?" "What I said?" Li Qingshan was stunned. Recalling the events of that day, he suddenly understood. "You mean Gu Yening?" Helicoverpa Rosa then smiled again. "Do you know what Mo's identity is? The Dragon King of the Sea has been cultivating in seclusion for a long time. He is practically the spokesperson leading the demon race in the Green Province. If he says you will die, you will not live. Why don't you die by my hands? At least I can let you live a little longer." With such a status and cultivation, you still want to play such games of jealousy? Li Qingshan frowned. "No wonder, Mo, you said that he was used to speaking arrogantly. In the eyes of others, his confession to Gu Yening was like a toad lusting after swan meat. He was not a romantic person like Hua Sengzan and had no desire to obtain Gu Yening, but at this moment his fighting spirit was aroused. If he were to win Gu Yening in the future, he would like to see the expression of this arrogant Mo. It seemed that this game of jealousy had nothing to do with status and strength. Sometimes it had nothing to do with feelings. It was purely a male instinct. Who do you think you are to compete with him? He just casually took care of you, and you can't bear it. Looking at Li Qingshan in a desperate situation, Helicoverpa Rosa also had an incomparable feeling of satisfaction. He is just a slightly larger fly. Sooner or later, I will kill him with one slap. Li Qingshan broke free from Helicoverpa Rosa and walked towards the ground. Then you will be killed by the Dragon King with one slap. Dragon King? If I am destined to be as useless as him, then I might as well die now. Li Qingshan suddenly looked back. Helicoverpa Rosa was stunned. She was not truly loyal to the Dragon King of the Sea, but she still had respect for the leader of the demon clan and the ruler of the demon clan in Qingzhou. Perhaps some cultivators hated the Dragon King of the Sea very much, but probably no one would associate the word useless with him. And Li Qingshan's expression did not have the slightest contempt or insult. Instead, he was extremely serious and even had a sense of heaviness in it. He was speaking from the bottom of his heart. The great Xia dynasty had been established for thousands of years. At that time, the Dragon King of the Sea was a demon king. In addition to the process of him cultivating from an ordinary demon clan to a demon king, his lifespan was probably close to 10,000 years. Chapter 5:31. The thick clouds moved from the south to the north, scattering down snow in all directions. Snow drifted over Mooncourt Lake. "Moon Devil, are you bold enough to face me in battle?" A tremendous voice descended from above, rolling like thunder and kicking up huge waves. When Zhengming's robes fluttered in the wind and snow, if he had not witnessed it with his own eyes, it would be very difficult to believe that a voice like that originated from such a tiny chest. He scanned the surface of the lake attentively and went through his plan again. First, he would issue a challenge and lure the Moon Devil out of the lake. Then, he would feign weakness and retreat in defeat, fleeing into the sky. In the end, the three senior brothers would kill their way out together. The four of them would work together and cast the sword formation of the four seasons, and the Moon Devil would struggle to escape. Only death would await him. Speaking of which, there was nothing particularly complicated about this plan. It was nothing more than provoking the enemy, feigning weakness, feigning defeat, and setting up ambushes. These were common methods used by military strategists. However, the more complicated the plan, the better. The more complicated the plan, the more loopholes it would be riddled with. What mattered was who would use it and what kind of opponent it would be. According to the various matters in the past, the Moon Devil had always fought back viciously against challenges. It should be the same this time. As long as he fought, he would fall into a trap. But a while later, the lake was still covered in snow, but the Moon Devil was nowhere to be seen. When Zhengming thought of something and arrived outside the island in the center of the lake, the place was shrouded in mist, as thick as milk. He was unable to make out the situation on the island. Don't tell me he just happens to not be in Mooncourt Lake. Those night roamers are all his subordinates. If I attack here, I can definitely force him out. When Zhengming pressed his hand against his sword and became a little more cautious, he slowly passed through the thick mist, but he did not receive any attacks, nor did he come across any obstructions from formations. He arrived on the island just like that. All he saw was the same scenery. The pavilions rose and fell, but there was not a single person to be seen. He could not sense any auras at all. It was already empty. Wen Zhengming never expected to encounter a situation like this. After a moment of thought, he contacted his three senior brothers. Another three figures descended from above, kicking up a few ripples of snow. When they saw the situation on the island clearly, they also frowned. Junior brother Wen, what's going on? When Zhengming said, looks like the Moon Devil is no longer here. He has evacuated all the Inhumans. No, he definitely won't give up on the position of Water God. The Water God seal cannot leave the body of water for too long. He will definitely remain in Mooncourt Lake. He probably caught wind of it and hid in advance. We can't be careless. Mo Hai might send a monster to support him. Our plan is useless. We can only take some risks and find him in the water. The four of us will work together. Unless the Dragon King of the Sea makes a move, what danger would there be? The white-clothed scholar said proudly. As long as he doesn't flee the moment he sees us, we have a 70% chance of killing him on the spot. To the four of them, a mere barrier of flowing water was not an obstacle at all. He was about to dive deep into Mooncourt Lake and begin his search. Wait, someone is watching us. The white-clothed scholar's expression changed. His cultivation was the highest, and he seemed to be the leader of the four. The other three also felt it. When Zhengming said, it must be that evildoer Moon Devil. Can you find his location? The white-clothed scholar closed his eyes. A while later, he shook his head gently. He could sense that the entire lakeside was watching them. It was impossible for him to accurately lock onto the Moon Devil's location. All of this was clearly reflected in the water mirror disc. Li Qingshan sat with his legs crossed. The water mirror disc was placed on his legs. He was deep underground on a winding tributary. This place was extremely well hidden, but to Golden Core cultivators, even if he was buried in rock, they could still find him through their senses for his aura. However, not a single aura leaked out from Li Qingshan. He was one with the water. He seemed to have turned into a spirit turtle diving into the depths of the ocean. No one could find him. All of the conflicts in the world had nothing to do with him. All he had to do was wait for time to pass, and for the sea to turn into mulberry fields. Li Qingshan had practiced the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression for many years now, but this was the first time he had acted according to the nature of a spirit turtle. He gained a hint of understanding. The strongest aspect of the spirit turtle was not its ability to fight against people, but its ability to seek fortune and avoid disaster. Originally, he was troubled over how to deal with the combined attacks of the four grandmasters, but he suddenly discovered that everything would be fine if he took a step back. No matter how powerful the four grandmasters were, it would be pointless if they could not find him. At the end of the day, they were the ones wasting time, not him. With that thought, his aura became more and more ethereal, as if he was half dead. Even if someone with a higher cultivation stood before them and closed their eyes, they would struggle to sense his existence. Even if they used their soul sense to probe him, it would brush past him, ignoring him. As a result, when Zhang Ming's group of four's first search was destined to end in failure, at dusk, they met again on the island. Their complexions were rather ugly. Moon Court Lake was already so vast, and there were the countless tributaries that the Moon Devil had opened up. Most of them led underground where the situation was complicated, yet they could not sense the existence of demon chi at all. As a result, they dared not miss a single tributary. The four of them spent an entire day, but they were still unable to search through all the tributaries. Finding the Moon Devil in such a large body of water was as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. Moon Court Lake was obviously not as large as the ocean, but the problem was that the Moon Devil would not stand still like a needle and wait for them to find him. Very clearly, as soon as they approached where he was hiding, he would immediately change his position. As a result, even a dragnet search would be completely useless. Moreover, their soul sense was already suppressed in the water. If they entered the underground, coupled with the influence of the underground magnetic field, the range of their search would be reduced to an extremely small area. If this continues, it'll probably be very difficult to find the Moon Devil. The wretched demon truly is despicable. When Zhongming's face was sunken, originally, he was filled with confidence that he would purge the demon and avenge his disciple, yet he ended up with nothing. As soon as he said that, the white-robed scholar's ears twitched. He heard the unnatural sound of flowing water from the southwest side of the lake. In a flash, he arrived there, when Zhongming and the other two followed closely behind. An area on the surface of the lake suddenly became as smooth as a mirror. A line of words appeared. Four fools bullying the weak and outnumbering the few. If you have the guts, come at me one by one. See if Grandpa North Moon doesn't skin you alive. When Zhengming sent a voice transmission, Senior brother, can we use this as a clue to find the Moon Devil? The white-robed scholar shook his head slightly. As a water god, the Moon Devil was almost one with Moon Court Lake. He could control the water like it was his own arm. It was truly difficult to find his location with just a line of words. He thought of something. All right, Moon Devil, I'll come alone. Let's see what you can do to me. Junior brothers, please leave first. I'll deal with this Moon Devil alone. When Zhengming and the other two exchanged glances, if it was their senior brother, it would not be a problem for him to keep the Moon Devil here for a while. When the time came, they could rush over to help and kill the Moon Devil all the same. The white-robed scholar dove into the water once more. An arrow appeared in front of him. He was delighted. The Moon Devil was arrogant and warlike. As expected, he could not hold back and wanted to fight them. This was his greatest weakness. He followed the arrow and arrived before a cavern. Another line of words appeared. Did you really come alone? The white-robed scholar said proudly. Of course. If I want to kill you, I alone am enough. The line of words dispersed with the waves, turning into the word please. Under the guidance of the water arrow, the white-robed scholar continuously ventured deeper into the ground. He advanced through the twisting and turning underground river. He marveled at the complexity of the underground terrain. If not for the moon devil revealing and opening himself, it would not have been easy to find him. After walking for a while, the white-robed scholar suddenly felt that something was wrong. The path he had taken appeared in his mind. Aren't I going in circles? At this moment, another line of words appeared in the water. Are you sure you are alone? The white-robed scholar gritted his teeth and said, Feel free to investigate yourself. What's wrong? Are you afraid? Come on, then. The white-robed scholar continued forward until he neared the end of an underground river. An extremely vast cavern appeared before him. As he sent a message to Wen Zhengming and the other two, getting them to make preparations, he shouted, Moon Devil, I'm coming. As he spoke, he charged into the cavern. His expression froze. There was no one inside, only a large word several meters wide. Fool! The white-robed scholar spent about 2 hours and only received such a one-word evaluation. No matter how shrewd he was, no matter how cultivated he was, he still found it somewhat unbearable. He sent out a palm strike, shattering the word idiot. Cowardly demon. As the rushing water flowed, it turned into another word. Ha ha ha. Li Qingshan did not place all of his attention on Mooncourt Lake. He only diverted some of his attention to keep an eye on the 4 grandmasters or toy with them with his clone. His original body had already returned to the Chain Mountains, considering how to fuse with the power of the phoenix feather. While the 4 grandmasters were wasting a great deal of time and achieving nothing, he was cultivating anxiously, attempting to become even stronger. He had just used the water god seal to draw away all the spiritual qi in the region of water recently. Now was the perfect time for him to recover. Li Qingshan had already grown accustomed to the ox demon's persistence and the tiger demon's endless battles. Originally, he had no choice but to retreat and hide, but only now did he discover that the spirit turtle's way of doing things was rather intelligent. If he was strong, so be it. 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 In the next few days, the 4 grandmasters used various methods in an attempt to find Li Qingshan, but they all failed. They even used the weakest Wen Zhengming as bait in an attempt to lure Li Qingshan out. Obviously, Li Qingshan ignored him. He placed all of his attention on the phoenix feather. 3 days later, the 4 grandmasters retreated. Even when Zhengming, who was eager for revenge, did not stay behind. The lifespans of golden core cultivators were long, but they could not be wasted like this. Running around in the water like a headless fly was truly like an idiot. Chapter 532. Before the 4 grandmasters left, they destroyed all the buildings in the Moon Court underwater residence, saying that they could not leave a foundation for the Moon Devil. However, they could not help but want to vent their anger. The corners of Li Qingshan's mouth curled. This meant that they had completely lost their patience. The so-called killing intent of the 4 grandmasters and MOU's words of "you will die" also proved to be a joke. The buildings could be rebuilt, so it was not a big deal. The 4 grandmasters returned to the soaring dragon ship. Suddenly, they looked back and saw a line of gigantic words floating on the surface of the lake. If you have the ability, then fill up Mooncourt Lake. The white-robed scholar's heart surged with anger, and his face flushed red. Let's go. The Moon Devil will not let this matter rest. However, it is impolite not to reciprocate. Today, you came to my house and wandered around, wanting to kill me. If I have the chance in the future, I will definitely pay you a visit and go to places like Pine Suffolk Academy. When that time comes, don't blame me for killing everyone I see." Li Qingshan returned to his senses, his gaze landing on the phoenix feather in front of him. The phoenix feather floated in the air, sometimes rising and sometimes falling, drawing out scarlet trails of fire. After spending several days, he could already freely control the phoenix feather, but he did not know where to start. Could it be that if he stuck this feather into his body, he would become a phoenix? Impossible. Little and stood gracefully, her seaweed-like hair falling to the ground. Seeing that Li Qingshan had fallen into a stalemate, she suddenly walked forward and grabbed one of Li Qingshan's fingers with her small hand. She gently pinched the phoenix feather with 2 fingers and stabbed downwards, piercing through Li Qingshan's fingertip. Fresh blood seeped out. It was immediately absorbed by the phoenix feather, like a goose feather dipping in ink. Fresh blood filled the hollow phoenix feather, spreading to every strand of feather, causing it to become brighter and brighter. However, at the same time, a wave of energy was injected into the wound, and the injury immediately recovered, automatically taking effect. Li Qingshan suddenly felt that his intelligence was not enough, little and grinned, and retreated to the side. Of course, this was not a wild guess. While Li Qingshan was pondering over the phoenix feather, she had read a large amount of information related to it. Li Qingshan held Xiao and in his arms and kissed her heavily on the forehead. "There's nothing for you to say. I really don't know what to do." At the same time, the 4 grandmasters returned to the commandery city of Rui, to the commandery lord's estate. He had come to report to the Marquis of Rui. Sitting in the reception pavilion, they looked at each other in dismay, feeling somewhat dejected. Before long, the Marquis of Rui strode out to receive them and bowed first. "I've made the 4 of you wait. May I ask how the battle went?" A trace of embarrassment and shame appeared on the faces of the 4 of them, and their hearts became more and more furious. His trip to the Clear River Prefecture this time was like clenching his fist and punching the air. He couldn't find a place to use his abilities. Instead, he was ridiculed by that monster. However, he naturally could not say those words out loud. The white-robed scholar cupped his hands and said, "Lord County Governor, that demon is truly crafty. He's hiding, and he doesn't give off any aura at all. We can't find him." The Marquis of Rui blamed himself. "It's all because of my lack of preparation, causing the 4 of you to go through so much trouble. I really can't absolve myself from the blame. I'll send someone to invite fellow Feng right now." The white-robed scholar's expression relaxed, and he said with a smile, "I just need fellow Taoist Feng to perform a divination. That evildoer definitely has nowhere to hide." The so-called fellow Feng was called Feng Buchuan. He was Ma Bai's master, the greatest figure of the school of Yin-Yang across the entire Rui commandery. His words always came true. The arts of divination were rather renowned across the entire Green Province. The Marquis of Rui possessed monstrous authority. Before long, a streak of light flew over from the horizon, landing in the courtyard outside the reception pavilion. The newcomer had crooked eyes and a crooked mouth. He had a chicken chest and a hunchback. He was extremely ugly, and one of his eyes was turbid as if he was blind. He stood there twisting his body, and with one eye he swept his gaze over everyone. In a hoarse and unpleasant voice, he said, "Marquis, why have you summoned me here?" He seemed extremely rude, even though he did not have any intentions of being rude. The white-robed scholar frowned. He felt slightly uncomfortable. If it were not for the aura he gave off, no one would have connected him to a golden core cultivator. However, he sighed inside, fellow Feng, just how handsome was he in the past? It's just a single divination failure, causing him to suffer a backlash from the heavenly secrets, and he's reduced to such a state. This Tao of divination is simply too dangerous. The Marquis of Rui became even more polite, explaining the reason to Feng Buchuan. Cultivators skilled in divination had always been extremely rare, and those who could reach Golden Core were even rarer. As for Feng Buchuan, he was someone who could enter and leave the provincial lord's estate freely in the past. Although he had declined now, he still dared not treat him lightly. Feng Buchuan said, "That's easy. I'm willing to go to the Clear River Prefecture with you grandmasters." The Marquis of Rui smiled. "That would be for the best. Once we kill that wretched demon, I'll definitely reward you handsomely." When Feng Buchuan heard "handsomely," he shuddered for no reason and smiled stiffly. The 4 Golden Core cultivators immediately shrank to 5. As a marquis, the Marquis of Rui had managed the Rui Commandery for several millennia. The connections he had established reached every corner of the Rui Commandery. He could basically mobilize all the cultivators from the 100 schools of thought. He had only sent Wen Zhengming and the other 3 because the Moon Devil had a blood feud with the Pine Suff Academy. Sending 4 Golden Core cultivators to kill a demon general was already far too much of an exaggeration. If he wanted to find someone, he could even find 10 Golden Core cultivators. If he asked, even the sect masters and elders of the sects would have to show him some respect. He had never considered taking action personally, nor had he ever doubted that when he wanted a demon general to die, he would have to die. When Zhengming's group arrived above Moon Court Lake once more, Feng Buchuan fished out a shining geomantic compass from the tattered pouch at his waist. The geomantic compass was divided into several circles covered in strange glyphs. It suddenly began to spin. Under Li Qingshan's control, the phoenix feather left behind wounds on his body. 2 invisible zippers seemed to exist on the wounds, ripping them open and closing them at the same time, leaving behind not a single mark. The phoenix feather turned into a scarlet streak of light, dancing around Li Qingshan madly, like he was being tortured by 1,000 cuts. However, Li Qingshan's eyes shone brighter and brighter, as if he could not feel any pain at all. The phoenix feather also shone brighter and brighter. As it was drenched in blood, the power it contained fused into Li Qingshan's body strand by strand. Only when the final strand of power had been completely drained did the phoenix feather turn blood red. Little and warned, heart. The phoenix's nerve rebirth, undying heart. With a swish, the phoenix feather stabbed towards Li Qingshan's chest, piercing his skin and flesh and stabbing into his heart. His heart stopped beating in that moment, sinking into a deathly stillness. Li Qingshan circulated the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra to its limits. In his sea of consciousness, the phoenix raised its head and let out a long cry. The phoenix feather suddenly ignited, turning into a ball of flame. Its scarlet color contained intense vitality, combustion, transformation, rebirth. It was like a miniature nirvana. Li Qingshan's heart also flashed with red light, growing brighter and brighter. Through his skin, one could even see a ball of fiery red, vaguely making out the image of a dancing phoenix. There was a bang. It was like the first clap of thunder in early spring, shattering the glaciers and reviving all living things. Li Qingshan's heart pounded violently, channeling the mysterious power contained in the phoenix feather through his veins to his limbs and bones, making them as hot as fire. Li Qingshan stood up involuntarily, dancing wildly with this power. He subconsciously raised his head and raised his legs, all containing a wondrous sense of beauty. As he swung his arms, it was like a phoenix spreading its wings. His surroundings shone with dazzling red light, illuminating the entire dwelling. Quite a while later, the red light gradually subsided. Li Qingshan landed on the ground and clutched his thumping heart. He felt extremely comfortable. Powerful life force filled his body. Right now, he was confident that if he fought Helicoverpa Rosso again, he would definitely gain the upper hand. With the Phoenix's scripture of nirvana, he had finally refined the phoenix feather and obtained a sliver of the phoenix's bloodline. Although he had yet to truly reach the first layer of the phoenix transformation, he believed he only needed to return underground and gather endless magma and fire to condense another phoenix embryo, and he would definitely succeed. Just when Li Qingshan was about to set off, the spirit turtle's demon core suddenly gave off a powerful reaction. He immediately knew someone is using divination to divine my location. Sure enough, those old coots won't let me go so easily. Li Qingshan snorted coldly. He settled his mind and closed his eyes. Under the eager gazes of Wen Zhengming and the others, the compass spun rapidly. Feng Buchuan's forehead became covered in sweat, but he was unable to find the moon devil at all. He must possess a method to obscure the heavenly secrets. The spirit turtle was hidden deep within the abyss. Who knew where it was? However, Feng Buchuan refused to give up so easily, as he could sense a sliver of an opening in the opponent's power, like a ray of light in the darkness. Li Qingshan frowned slightly. He had only refined the phoenix feather by suppressing the spirit turtle's power. As his comprehension of the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression deepened, he had basically weakened the spirit turtle's repulsion to the greatest degree. Normally, he would not feel any abnormalities, but in an intense battle of heavenly secrets, it manifested. His bloodline surged, and demon chi surged. It was like a pebble had been stuck in his shoe. It was not fatal, but it was very uncomfortable. Little and held the bamboo jade, lot of the cloud bookcase, and gently pressed it against Li Qingshan's forehead. He practiced the cloud bookcase of the 7 lots and immediately made up for the opening. Li Qingshan opened his eyes and let out a sigh of relief. He smiled. The compass stopped spinning, and Feng Buchuan's face stiffened. He opened his mouth wide, completely ignoring the drool that dripped down. The scholar in white asked in a hurry, "Fellow Feng, how is it?" As if he had been electrocuted, Feng Buchuan also seemed to jerk awake from a nightmare. He leapt up and hopped around like a strange monkey. He said crazily, "I found it! I found it!" When Zhengming said, "Fellow Feng, have you found where the wretched demon is hiding?" Feng Buchuan suddenly grabbed Wen Zhengming's shoulder. He used so much strength that Wen Zhengming felt a stab of pain. He looked at Feng Buchuan in shock, only to see a stream of turbid tears flowing out of Feng Buchuan's blind eye, while his clear eye was filled with ecstasy. "I want to see Her Highness the Dark Queen." Chapter 533. Many years ago, he had also searched for someone, and he had also received great rewards. The battle of heavenly secrets and the entanglement of gratitude and grievances seemed like it had happened yesterday, vivid in his mind. The person he was searching for was like a kite in the sea of clouds. All of the heavenly secrets had been obscured. He had finally grasped a trace after so much difficulty, and a fierce gust of wind blew over. The kite's strings snapped, and it soared into the sky, vanishing without a trace. Originally, he thought it had fallen somewhere a long time ago, becoming an unforgettable regret. Who would have thought that the faintly discernible thread would appear before his eyes again today? If it were not for the entanglement of such deep ties of fate, he basically would have overlooked it. It was exactly because of such deep ties of fate that he firmly believed he had not seen wrong. This was the will of the heavens. "Fellow Feng, fellow Feng." The scholar in white called out, and Feng Buchuan returned to his senses. He wiped away the tears on his face. and under the surprised gazes of the four grandmasters, he discovered that his bent back had straightened out before he knew it. "Fellow, you're so overjoyed. Have you found the existence of the wretched demon?" When Zheng Ming asked in confusion. Even if that was the case, he would not be so overjoyed as to burst into tears. "The wretched demon? Oh, right, no. All of the heavenly secrets have been obscured. I can't divine where he is." Feng Buchuan secretly felt some regret. Just now, he should not have lost his composure like this, even calling out the Dark Queen. If someone with ulterior motives heard about it, the consequences would be unthinkable. "I've let down the Marquis's great trust, so I have nothing to say. Please apologize for me, grandmasters." He clasped his hands. Although he was still ugly, his tall figure vaguely possessed some of the ease of the past. Feng Buchuan drifted away. The four grandmasters looked at one another. For a moment, they had no idea just what had happened to Feng Buchuan. However, they could not just return like this and ask the Marquis of Rui for assistance. That would make them seem far too useless. As a result, they discussed, "The night roamers must have fled underground. Why don't we pursue them underground and force the wretched demon to show himself?" Wretched demons are all heartless and heartless. Why would they risk their lives for a few night roamers? It probably won't be that simple. The white-robed scholar said, "That's fine. There are still many fiendish demons underground. That spider demon Lolth had given the order to massacre the entire city. She was a great scourge of evil. Even if they couldn't kill the moon devil, they could wipe out all the evildoers and kill Lolth. It can be considered as an explanation to the county governor." Accompanied by Little and Li Qingshan arrived at the magma lake again. The fire spirits here were the fiercest. It had a very powerful suppressive effect on the spirit turtle's demon core, making it the most suitable for breaking through to the phoenix's scripture of Nerva. The thick smell of sulfur and the surging golden lava were the eternal scenery of this place, and the violent magnetic turbulence was even more frightening. Li Qingshan wouldn't have believed it if he hadn't interacted with him a few times. The golden cicada could actually stay in such a place. The golden cicada spirit king really lived up to his reputation. Li Qingshan waited for a moment. There was no voice in his mind. He nodded at Little Anne. Then he stepped into the magma. He did not use his demon chi to protect himself. In a place like this, even mobilizing demon chi was difficult. The feeling of the magma burning his skin was slightly painful, but it was also extremely refreshing. It reminded him of the feeling of a hot bath in the past. And there was a power that resonated with his bloodline. This was something he had not felt the last time he came here. Li Qingshan just spread his arms and laid flat on the surface of the lake. His scarlet hair spread out. The flames were like snakes, coiling up and licking his body. Very soon, they swallowed and wrapped around him. They formed a huge, fire-red cocoon of flames. The day he broke out of the cocoon would be the day he spread his wings. The stone lions lay facing each other, and the door was wide open. A few gusts of cold wind rustled past. A person arrived before the steps and picked up a plaque from below. He rubbed it gently, and dust was kicked into the air. The words "Proud Sword Manor" appeared. Yu Shuquang glanced inside and hesitated. In the end, he did not step in. That was because there were many caves that led underground in the surroundings of Salt Mountain City. Demons had wreaked havoc, so they had suffered extremely heavy losses. The once prosperous Proud Sword Manor had already been reduced to ruins. The entire Salt Mountain City had been reduced to a ghost city. No one lived here. Yu Shuquang had returned to visit the grave. He wanted to tell his wife that Zijian had already found a new home. She had gone to the Sword Collection Palace to cultivate. However, when he arrived outside Salt Mountain City, he was taken aback. He flew over to the grave. The gravestone still stood firmly, but a great hole had been dug into the grave behind it. The coffin inside had vanished too. The coffin had already been buried for over a decade, so it would not give off any presence of flesh or blood that would attract the attention of wild beasts and demons. And, from the traces of digging, it was clearly the work of a human. If it were grave robbers, they would not have taken the coffin away with them. Who would spend so much effort to dig out a set of bones? Yu Shuquang's face was utterly sunken. Suddenly, he thought of someone. Ma Chaochuan. In the cave, a demon general shaped like a lynx lunged over violently. A foul smell filled the air as it moved with startling speed. With a flash of white light, the demon general was beheaded. Wen Zhengming casually took out a demon core and stowed it away in his 100 treasures pouch. Although the 4 grandmasters could not find Li Qingshan, it was far too easy for them to find other demons. Under the detection of their soul sense, even the night roamers skilled in concealing their presences and carrying out assassinations were as conspicuous as fireflies in the darkness. Immediately, a storm of blood erupted underground. Wherever they passed by, only death awaited them, whether they were night roamers or demons. They could not even withstand a single strike. After all, demons like Li Qingshan, who could fight those at higher cultivation realms, were far too rare. "Sister, our scouts have been killed," Yi Liubo reported to Yu Liusu in a hurry. Under Li Qingshan's orders, all the night roamers had retreated underground. They did not know who the 4 grandmasters were, but they did know their opponents were not something they could fend off. Continue moving underground. Yi Liusu passed down a decisive order and took the lead, leading the night roamers and continuing their migration. The scholar in white suddenly stopped and closed his eyes. When Zhengming asked, "Senior Brother Tang, what's wrong?" The scholar in white opened his eyes. "There's a large group of night roamers below us. Those who have not undergone the second heavenly tribulation 10 kilometers away are currently moving downwards. There's also a tremendous demon chi parallel to us, 25 kilometers away. It should be the spider demon. Which one do we go after?" The scholar in white said, "Let's go. We need to capture their leader first. We'll kill the wretched demon first, and then we'll deal with the night roamers." Yu Liubo said, "They don't seem to be chasing us." Several tens of thousands of night roamers. They advanced through the caves in a hurry. The winding group meandered like a snake, making no sound at all. "We can't be careless. Continue downwards. With the interference of the underground magnetic field, it won't be easy for them to find us. Afterwards, we'll disperse." "Disperse? Won't we be defeated one by one?" The opponent this time can no longer be defeated through numbers. Otherwise, Master wouldn't have told us to retreat beforehand. Yi Liubo said in worry, "I wonder how Master is." With what Master is capable of, protecting himself should be no problem. "Let's go." Whenever they came across a fork in the road, they would split up. As a result, they split up and the group dispersed very quickly. In the end, only Yi Liusu and Yu Liubo remained. The surrounding temperature had already become scorching, and the rocks reddened slightly. A droplet of sweat landed on the ground, immediately kicking up a cloud of white mist. Yi Liubo was rather irritated. She cut through the stalagmite in front of her with a single slash. "Damn it! If only I was a little stronger." "Stop talking." Yi Liusu's mood was horrible too, but she was composed. She just did not show it. As soon as they established a territory above ground, they were forced back underground. And even deeper. The night roamers had only been united not long ago, and now she had to personally disperse them. But Master will definitely deal with them, Yi Liubu said confidently. Yi Liusu was not optimistic about this. The Green Province was the world of humans. Even demon commanders could not do as they pleased. However, since she had chosen to rely on him, she could only trust him. A rumble rang out from above. The cavern shook violently, sending soil and rocks flying. What's going on? Those people probably encountered the Spider Queen. Let's continue. Li Qingshan curled up like a baby, lying in the huge cocoon of fire, waiting for a new life. The surging fire spirits condensed into a scarlet phoenix egg within his body. There were exquisite golden runes that flickered between light and dark, as if it was a living creature that was breathing. The rhythm of Li Qingshan's heartbeat and breathing gradually maintained the same rhythm. They were closely connected. A thought suddenly occurred to him. Why does it feel like I'm pregnant with a child? However, Li Qingshan discovered very soon that hatching the egg was not a simple matter. Even 10 months of pregnancy was probably nowhere near enough. He frowned slightly. Although it was only the first layer of the phoenix's scripture of Nerva, the difficulty of cultivating it was far greater than he had imagined. The phoenix egg seemed to be insatiable, constantly absorbing the fire spiritual qi. Based on its current progress, spending a year or so would be considered short. This was not a long time for a demon, but what he lacked the most right now was time. Suddenly, an extremely familiar voice rang out in his head. I'll lend you a hand. Catch! In the depths of the magma, Golden Cicada watched this happen. It waved its young hand gently, and a huge wave immediately surged on the lake of magma. Flames several meters tall turned into fire snakes, flying towards Li Qingshan. All right, many thanks. Li Qingshan was overjoyed. After saying these 3 words, he no longer had the time to speak. He circulated the phoenix's scripture of Nerva with all his might, devouring and converting the fire snakes into the phoenix egg. The phoenix egg happily devoured the flames, turning from scarlet to golden. The runes on its surface also shone brighter and brighter. Li Qingshan didn't dare to be careless. Any one of these fire snakes was enough to incinerate an entire city. If he lost control of any one of them, it would explode inside his body, and he would be gravely injured. The number of fire snakes grew denser and denser. They were violent and violent, but they didn't break through Li Qingshan's limits. He had truly witnessed the methods of this generation's Demon King. After an unknown period of time, the lake of magma regained its calm. No more fire snakes flew out. The phoenix egg shone with a dazzling light, like a miniature sun that had reached its pinnacle. Under the scorching flames, Li Qingshan felt as if he were about to melt. Suddenly, he felt an itch on his back. He raised his shoulders, and 2 bones grew out of his back. They quickly came into contact with a barrier and couldn't stretch out. He couldn't help but twist his body and swing his arm, punching the giant cocoon of fire around him. With a crack appeared on the phoenix egg. Welcome. Your support is my greatest motivation. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.